Okay. Do we have a motion to open items 1 through 11?
So moved.
We have a motion by Councilman, I believe it was Citro, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And you know what, before, should we swear everybody in? Yeah, let's go ahead and swear everybody in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman, Council, LaShawn Dock, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Council, if I may, there are a couple of items that I'd like to review on the agenda for cleanup items. Item number 2, which is REZ 1909, it cannot be heard. That application has been withdrawn.
Okay, may I have a motion to remove?
Withdraw item number 2, REZ 19-09. Second.
We have a motion to remove by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Council. And item number 5 is REZ 1943, that cannot be heard. There was no affidavit.
So moved. Second. Allow.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder to remove, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Council, the last item for discussion, item number 1 is a vacating. This runs along with what is listed on this evening's agenda is item number 7. And that is a rezoning, it's REZ 1932. Normally, the rezoning is heard with the vacating, so it is certainly council's option if you'd like to move item 7 to be heard and opened with item 1.
What is the pleasure of council? Do we have a motion?
Move to hear them together.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, thank you, Council.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we begin with items 1 and 7 concurrently, or at the same time. Same thing, I guess.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 1 on your agenda is VAR 1910 for a right-of-way alley vacation. And item number 7 is REZ 1932. It's for a PD rezoning from CG and RM16 for multifamily residential restaurant and strip shopping center with all CG uses at 2015-2017 Maple Avenue.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. The first rezoning site this evening is in the central Tampa Planning District, more specifically the Palmetto Beach neighborhood. There is no transit service within that area. It is within a level A evacuation zone. And the closest public recreation facility is DeSoto Park, which is approximately 2,800 feet to the northeast of the subject site. On to the aerial. You can see, zoom in a little. Here's the subject site. This is 22nd Street, and we have 20th, the main north-south roadway now through Palmetto Beach. The port, a lot of the port property is to the west of 20th Street. This portion of 22nd Street contains a mixture of residential, vacant property, and some light commercial uses. This was the former site of Stoney's Bar, right there. On to the future land use map. The subject site has 2 future land use designations. The eastern portion along South 22nd Street in that pink color is the community mixed use 35. The back portion of the subject site basically runs straight down in this reddish color. That's all that transitional use 24. The light gray as we move west across 20th Street, that's light industrial, and then we get into the black or the very dark gray, that is the heavy industrial. And then you do have some residential 20 represented by the brown, and then the single-family detached portion of the neighborhood is located northeast of the subject site in that residential 10. future land use category. The request is to rezone a 1.03 acre site from that residential multifamily 16 and the commercial general to a planned development to allow a mixed-use development with 31 residential units and 6,500 square feet of commercial uses. Approval of the request would allow for the revitalization of a vacant and underutilized site in the Palmetto Beach neighborhood. The city's comprehensive plan encourages the development and retention of a diversity of multifamily housing types to meet the needs of its present and future population. The applicant plans to develop 31 multifamily units on the parcel, furthering one of the plan's multifamily development policies, that's 9.6.1 under the land use section. The comprehensive plan also promotes mixed-use development over single-use commercial development. The PD is proposing multifamily residential, a restaurant, and strip shopping center. This will provide goods and services to the surrounding neighborhood and further the policy direction of the comprehensive plan. The property is in the coastal high hazard area. Planning Commission staff recommends to the applicant to work with city staff to ensure that there will not be any negative impacts on hurricane evacuation times, routes, or shelter demands for the residents of the proposed development. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jimmy Cook, Planning and Development. I'll be speaking to item number 1, the vacating, case number VAC 19-10. The applicant is petitioning to vacate a T-shaped alley lying north of Oakwood Avenue, south of Maple Avenue, east of South 20th Street, and west of South 22nd Street. If you have the overhead. Petitioner applicant site highlighted in red. This is a T-shaped alley made up of a north-south segment running from Oakwood to Maple, and an east-west segment running from 20th to 22nd. Point of reference, this is McKay Bay on the east. The alley is 10 feet wide. It's unimproved grass. It's not within the historic district or an overlay district. It's within the Edgewater Park subdivision plat, which I have a copy of right here, which is platted 1912. The subject alley is highlighted in yellow. The green alleys are alleys that are still open, and the red are alleys that have been vacated previously. Within the area, in a quarter mile, spread out a little bit, you can see there's a couple more alleys that are still open and a couple that are vacated. There's 13 vacated and 16 are still open. Got a couple pictures. This is a north-south alley looking north from Oakwood Avenue. It's obstructed by utility poles and some overgrowth. This is the north-south alley looking south from Maple Avenue. The east-west alley is right here where all this overgrowth is right here, and it heads west. It's a picture of the north-south alley looking south from the east-west alley, mid-block. Here's a picture of the east-west alley looking west from the north-south alley. You can see just shortly as you get in, the alley's blocked by overgrowth. And this is coming from the other side. This is the east-west alley looking east from 20th Street. There is a concrete apron off 20th Street. It was probably part of the FDOT job on 20th Street. As you get further down the alley, you can see tire ruts, so it is being used. That's looking east. I think I missed one. You get further down the alley, more tire ruts. There is a fence at the property located at 2007-2009 Maple Avenue. It is chained. I don't know if they're using it, but it does grant access to the alley. And while I was out there taking pictures, there's an actual car parked at the end of the alley heading east. It's right at the end where it's all blocked off and you can't continue east. There's a couple pictures of the petitioner's property. That's looking west from 22nd Street. This is looking north from Oakwood Avenue. This is looking south from Maple Avenue. And this is looking south from Maple Avenue. Let me go back to the overhead. You can see the alley actually runs all the way to 20th Street. The petitioner is only applying, originally they applied for the whole alley to be vacated. But after review from transportation and transportation design, they realized the tire ruts and it looks like somebody was using it for access. So petitioner scaled back to vacating to only what's highlighted in yellow. And as part of the vacating request or the site plan rezoning, they're going to give back a 10-foot alley that heads north off to Maple, so the alley will not dead end. So by doing this, they're not violating city code. Proposed vacating is approximately 3,500 square feet. Based on the information received from city departments and reviewing agencies, staff has no objections as long as all the conditions in the ordinance are met.
If I may, Councilman Dingfelder, please.
Mr. Cook, were you done?
Yes.
Okay, you put that one right back,
This one?
the last one, yeah. Now go back one more to the one that shows the proposed vacating. There you go. The hash marks in yellow, I take it, is the vacating.
That's correct.
Okay, so the only concern I have is the little piece of property, yeah. That one.
We have a letter from the owner of this lot. They're in favor of the vacating. They own 2 lots there.
They've got 2 lots.
Yeah, so they'll get half of the vacating and it abuts. The other half will still have access to the east-west portion and the proposed new 10-foot strip that heads north.
Okay, so that house straddles it, and they'll still be able to access a usable portion of the alley?
That's correct.
Okay, because otherwise they'd just have 5 feet, right?
They'll get 5 half-foot that abuts the eastern lot. The western lot, that whole alley will stay open to grant access to the proposed north-south alley.
Okay, super. Have we heard from anybody else up and down the alley?
No, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Mary Samaniego. Again, they're asking for a PD rezoning from RM16 and CG to plan development for a mixed-use project. Lost my pointer. Here is the subject property. It's currently in green. Along 22nd Street is a swath of CG zoning with a couple previously approved PDs. And then the remaining of the property between 20th Street and that CG section is all zoned RM16. Mr. Cook already showed you pictures of the surrounding area. I'll get right into the proposed site plan. I know the applicant's representative will go over this in more detail, but briefly, as stated, the site is a little over 1 acre. They are requesting 31 multifamily dwelling units and a restaurant as well as strip commercial shopping center for a total of 6,500 square feet. They will drive vehicular access off of Maple and Oakwood. There's 2 connections onto Maple Avenue and then 1 onto Oakwood. There's no vehicular access onto 22nd Avenue. The proposed setbacks are 0 to the north, 0 to the south. To the east is 0 and to the west is a 10-foot setback. The blue outline shows the upper stories of the proposed building. Let me show you. This is a front view of the proposed building where you can see that the front on 22nd is activated with CG uses as well as a potential restaurant, and then the multifamily dwelling units are above for a 4-story building. As far as staff's review of this proposal, there are 6 waivers being requested. The first one is to section 13165D to pay into the tree trust fund in lieu of the required trees that to be planted on site, and with the current rate of $150 per inch for this district. The second waiver that they're requesting is for access to a local street. Both Maple and Oakwood are local streets, and so because there's a commercial element to this project, that waiver is required. They're requesting a reduction in parking per the mix of uses, again, 6,500 a commercial restaurant with the 31 dwelling units. 82 parking spaces are required. They're asking to waive that down to 62. which is a parking reduction of 24%. Transportation as well as planning, design, and development coordination did find that waiver inconsistent with the land development code. The number 4th waiver to 27-284 is to reduce the use buffer along the west property line from 15 feet with a 6-foot high wall because it's a single-family residential to 10 feet with the 6-foot high PVC fence. There's a reduction in the vehicular use area buffer along the north property line. Instead of 8 feet, they're requesting to go down to 6 feet, subject to an in lieu payment. And then the last waiver they're requesting is to 27-285, the multifamily green space. As you know, the code requires 350 square feet per dwelling unit. They're averaging about 217 per dwelling unit, so for a total deficiency of 4,126 square feet of green space that they're asking for a waiver. If that waiver is approved by council, they would have to pay into an in lieu fee for that green space waiver. That was a second inconsistency that planning, design, and development coordination did find a multifamily green space waiver. Other than that, if it's city council's pleasure to approve this plan development, there are revisions between first and second reading from planning, design, and development coordination, basically notes to correct on the site plan. Transportation, again, found it inconsistent for the parking waiver as well as the access to a local. They have a couple small changes between first and second reading. Natural resources found it consistent with some changes. And that's all I have. So overall, the development review and compliance staff did find it inconsistent, as I stated, because of the parking reduction and green space reduction. However, should it be the pleasure of council to approve it, please remember to include the revision sheet.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Oh, Councilman Dingfelder.
So it's a little hard to calculate on the fly, but how many units would be allowed if this, just developed out as the commercial and the under the RM16? Is there approximation on that?
One moment. Just under the RM16 for the western portion of the property?
Well, couldn't you do some residential in the commercial zone as well, or no?
In the CG zoning district, under the current code, you could do commercial and residential mix. Once you cross this zoning line, you could only have residential uses in that property.
Okay.
So the overall density, they're under the allowable on overall density.
I'm sorry, the last thing you said was?
They're under the maximum density that they could achieve on site.
As far as the comp plan is concerned?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's no estimate in terms of what they could build, what they could have built if we just left it in the existing zoning.
Planning Commission, do you have an estimate per the different land use categories? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but.
The maximums under the future, David Hay, Planning Commission staff, the maximums under the future land use categories?
No. The build out under the existing zoning categories.
Stay here.
So in other words,
Okay,
it looks
so
like
for the
about half of the acreage is under the CG right now,
Right, but
and
this,
the back half is under the RM16.
right, but per the zoning districts, per the zoning ordinance, the density, the amount of square footage of development you can have defaults to the comp plan. So in the CG zoning district, it says you refer to the comprehensive plan, which by right, you get a what, a 1 FAR?
One by right, yes.
Right. And so what's,
two with the bonus.
right, but they're not bonusing.
Right.
So what's the square footage
Under
of the
the,
land?
under the community mixed use 35, 15 dwelling units could be considered for that portion of the site. And under the transitional use 24 portion, 14 dwelling units.
Okay, which is pretty close to what they're asking for.
The uniqueness of the categories is usually a mixed use. You can either use the floor area ratio or the density count. The transitional use 24 does not allow that option. So the applicant did work with us to ensure that the appropriate amount of density is within each future land use category, that they did not exceed their maximums.
And David, did you speak to the parking issue? Is that part of your analysis at all?
No, the Planning Commission, there are no policies directly dealing with the reduction in parking. There are policies within the comp plan about structured parking and how that should be integrated into buildings and such, but nothing about parking reductions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. For the applicant next, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Council. I'm Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, representing CTV Capital, the owner and the applicant of this request before you. Welcome to the new council members who I haven't met before. Mr. Dingfelder, welcome back.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here. I have been sworn. With me tonight is the membership of our CTV development team. I will lead the presentation. Mr. Kiefer Norris will follow me. We'll have Mr. Vincent Jackson from CTV make a closing statement on rebuttal. Council members, we've worked hard with staff on this request. I want to say months. We're going back almost 2 site plan iterations, a number of amendments. Mr. Norris worked diligently on the right-of-way vacation. We have no opposition to the right-of-way vacation. I don't think we have any opposition from this neighborhood. In fact, substantial support from Palmetto Beach. Context-wise, you may recall being before you a year ago. 4 members at least will remember this. This was the CTV 5.2 acre tract, which was a plan amendment on the northeast corner. Our client owns that. The client is developing that. We have to go through a PD rezoning, but you were kind enough to grant us unanimous approval for a mixed-use development, office, retail, condo residential units at the northeast corner. I promised you then that we would not file that PD rezoning until we vetted all the issues of the community, and we look forward to filing that PD rezoning in the future. This parcel is the gateway to that 5.2 acre tract. Our clients have a vested interest, obviously. That's the front door on the 22nd Street corridor to that 5.2 acre site. This is a smaller microcosm of that opportunity. It is still a creative urban mixed-use development that integrates integrates residential over retail building. The subject site, as Mary noted, is about over an acre to the southwest quadrant of Maple Avenue and 22nd Street. Mr. Dingfelder noticed that we do have 2 different zoning districts. We have 2 different plan sectors. We have TU 24 transitional use on the RM 16, and we have CMU 35 on the eastern CG. The comp plan amendment that you approved unanimously was all CMU 35, and you can see we have all CG uses directly across this site on 22nd Street. This is a mixed-use development. Mary advised, correctly, 31 units over retail that we think is appropriate. We're not asking. When I hear the word strip commercial, strip shopping center, I tend to react a little harsh because this is not a strip shopping center, but that's how CG is defined for any kind of commercial uses for those uses requested. This is 6,500 square feet, of which 3,400 square feet will be a restaurant, 3,000 square feet will be retail business. We don't have any businesses out there in close proximity. The number of businesses that have been there have been closed up over the years based upon the vacating of the traffic, the rededication of the corridor from 22nd Street to 20th Street to the west. And unfortunately, while it took all the truck traffic away, it took a lot of the through traffic away. Unfortunately, we have to regenerate and re-energize this corridor so that we have a street that is functional. It's far away from a complete street project. We have lots of pavement. 22nd Street was designed for one purpose only, and that's to move high-volume truck traffic and motoring traffic. We want to bring that down to a neighborhood scale. That's why our commercial relates directly to 22nd Street. We don't want access drives on 22nd Street. We diverted those to the side. And those access drives, north and south, are within commercial zoned areas, both north of us and south of us. So historically, commissioners or council members, we've gone through This is, for your context, the prior 5.2 acres, the Stony site. We're looking westward from McKay Bay. The Stony site would be just to the southwest quadrant. This is the mixed-use development that our clients have not yet filed a PD rezoning for, but these are the conceptual illustrations that we provided on the CPA. This is Stony's. It's been there forever. In fact, it still has 4.5 stars, I think, out of 5 on Yelp. It's the mainstay. It was the mainstay of this community. People loved it. I think it was one of the best dive bar in Palmetto Beach. Billiards, pool table, darts, good sandwiches, and good fun. This is solely within the CG Commercial Zoning District. Behind it, you can see blighted structures, difficult repair. Our client is proposing to bring all of that down and reconstruct so that we have a re-energized mixed-use development. So here we are on 22nd Street. This used to be the main thoroughfare. Now it's been rerouted, as you know, to 20th Street to the west. You have all the IH Port Authority to the west, beautiful Palmetto Beach community, the single-family detached homes. We have McKay Bay in the east side. All that traffic now has been cut back by almost 80%. Here's a view looking, I guess, southwest. I think Maple Avenue would be approximately here. On this lucky day, there's one car on 22nd Street. And then on the north side, looking north, our site would be just to our left, no cars on 22nd Street. You can see no sidewalks, no lane improvements, curbing, no benches, no decorative lighting, no gateway features. We need to be stakeholders, work with the community, work with City Council and the City of Tampa. We need to bring 22nd Street back to a neighborhood-serving roadway. Our development plan, as Mary went over, is fairly straightforward, but it's creative to the extent that it fits all the necessary ingredients to make this a workable mixed-use development. You have to have a critical mass. You have to have the right amount of square footage. You just can't arbitrarily designate retail and residential and hope it works. You have to go through the market absorption. You have to go through the market catering to. You have to go through the traffic patterns. You have to look at the roadway system, and you have to look at how it relates to the community. These are not apartments, Council. These are fee simple condominiums, owner occupied. People that want to invest in Palmetto Beach, that don't want a detached house, that don't want a lot to maintain. This is the first mixed-use development project in Palmetto Beach. And you're going to hear from the president of the Palmetto Beach community in strong support that this is what this community needs. This is the right project at the right place at the right time. This is not Hyde Park. This is not Soho. This is not Palma Cia, certainly. I don't think I'd stand before you with a parking reduction of 24% for a Soho project. I don't think I'd even represent it. But this project works. Again, access north and south, secondary access to Maple to northwest. Commercial has been pulled to the front, so a zero setback. We have to raise elevation for the minimum floodplain. So you walk up to this building, you have outside tables, you have above deck, you have a courtyard in the center, you have building unit wrapping around this project, and then you have the 3-story condos, the balconies, north, east, and south. This is a small retention pond as a buffer to the northwest. Mary went through the elevations, but I'll just highlight, this is the facade. This is what you're going to see on 22nd Street. This is uninterrupted, but it's broken up in architectural standards. We've gone through, Stephanie Gaines is our architect. She did a heck of a job on this design. You can see the stairways walking up. You can see the little above-story deck here. This would be 6,500 square feet, which I would point out is only 1,500 square feet over the existing Stoney's. In fact, the parking on Stoney's is around 10 to 12 spaces. Stoney's is just about 5,000 square feet. Under the code today, you could not build Stoney's. I'm here to tell you Stoney's did just fine for 40, 50 years. It would have required a 50% parking reduction if it was going to be built today. This project takes down Stoney's, but replaces it with ground floor retail that relates directly to the pedestrian activity on 22nd Street that we hope to encourage. On the north side, this is looking south. This would be to the east. This is to the west. You can see how this relates to 22nd Street. First time, tables outside, people want to be outside. This is a opportunity for the first time introduction of Palmetto Beach. You can actually have outside sitting areas and a mixed-use development. Then you have the balconies above. This is the south side, so this would be on Oakwood looking north. Again, you can see on the south side, steps walking up both sides. This is our mesh ventilation areas to screen the parking, and only one driveway to Oakwood.
And did you
I'll
have a
just leave
question?
the elevations up. Council, we have filed for the waivers because we didn't have a choice to make this project work. We don't take these waivers lightly. We get it. I thought Mary's report, when I initially read it, was a little strong. I emailed her my concerns about the wording of it, but we broke bread. I think we're good. I understand she's the quintessential professional, but any other place, 24% parking reduction may not be deemed reasonable. In this community, it's quite reasonable. We already have a 50% parking reduction on the Stoney site. We are simply asking for about a 50% distribution assignment of parking for the units and about 50% distribution to the 6,500 square feet of retail. Remember, these are not large units. These are urban studios. Only 5 of these are 3-bedroom. All the rest are 600 square foot to about 1,700 square foot max. Most are 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom only. So if you have lots of kids, if you have 4 cars and a private collection, this is not the development for you. We have catered this development, we've catered this design solely for the up-and-coming new resident of Palmetto Beach that wants to experience that urban lifestyle that heretofore has not been available, and hopefully we proposed additionally on our 5.2 acres in the future. In the open space, there's no question that staff has noted the discrepancy, and we are shy of that 350 square feet. Council, I've always had concern about the standardized imposition of that open space requirement. It is not sensitive to the size of the units. It's not sensitive to the number of the bedrooms. In other words, 350 square feet regardless if you're doing a 500 square foot flat or a 3,500 square foot penthouse. I think that results in a disproportionate impact on the open space calculations. So we are under that 350 square feet. We have to do the pay fee in lieu. My client accepts that. No one is coming here to swim. There's no clubhouse. There's no tot lot. There's no playground. We'll maximize the open space to the greatest extent possible while we maintain the buffers around the project, and we have the open space as part of our retention pond. My feeling is if the recreation needs are foremost in the minds of the tenants, this community is a play, is a recreation, biking, walking. And you have DeSoto Park, you have the Bermuda Boulevard side. We don't think the reduction of that open space is critical for the needs of this community, critical for the design of this project. I would just ask you, I'll close with a planning commission comment. I think they had a most forward-looking review. If you go to the staff analysis, and I'll just read the excerpt. This is on page 5. Approval of the request would allow for the revitalization of a vacant and underutilized site in the Palmetto Beach neighborhood. The comprehensive plan promotes mixed-use development over single-use commercial development. This PD is proposing multifamily development, a restaurant, and shopping. This will provide goods and services to the surrounding neighborhood and further policy direction of the comprehensive plan. Council members, we've worked hard on this. We've been working with the community for over 6 months beyond. I think we've earned both their respect and their support on this. This is, again, the right project at the right time. We think the right location. It's the front door to our 5.2 acre tract that we hope will bring online the next year. We respectfully request your approval. I'm going to have Kiefer Norris, if I can, just make a few comments, and then we'll open up for questions. Be happy to respond to anyone at that time.
And if I may, I know 2 members want to ask questions. Do you want to ask questions before this gentleman comes up, or wait until the end? Okay, Mr. Councilman Goods.
He should leave.
Yes, sir.
You said you had community support. I know that neighborhood very well. You have a lot of older residents who've been there a long, long time. I did receive some phone calls and an email about about 3 or 4 weeks ago about the project and about some concerns, but I see you have a letter in here of support. And I've just seen this is from a few board members, or is this from the whole community as a whole? Because I'm kind of confused when I got some calls about the project, but I have a letter here and from the board of directors, which I know they only meet once a month, I believe, once a year over there. So I'm just wondering, tell me how that connection is, because I'm kind of lost on that.
I'm going to defer to the author of that letter. I don't want to speak on behalf of the community. I did not write that letter. That was written by the president of Palmetto Beach Community Association. Ms. Willman is here today. If you'd like to hear from her directly, or you can wait until the comments later.
I'd like to hear from her now.
All right. Jennifer, you want to approach?
And if I may inquire, this individual coming up, is she with the neighborhood association, or? Okay. Well, I mean, were you going to come up during public comment?
Yes.
Can we wait during public comment? Yeah, I mean, just to not mix everything, if that's all right. Yeah, just to keep everything nice and smooth.
So we've had a neighborhood reach out, Councilman. We have met with neighbors. There's a gentleman here also that is adjacent, a budding neighbor in support. We would have had more people coming. They thought it would be heard later tonight. But clearly, as the 5.2 acre CPA demonstrated, the majority of this neighborhood is strongly in support of this development. Yes, sir.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Ginfeld.
My question relates to the parking waiver. Specifically, so we've got a mixed environment in the parking garage in terms of, I would assume, retail customers as well as residents. So will there be designated, if I buy a condo, do I have a designated space or two that goes with the condo? And if that's the case, how do these X number of spaces, what is it, 62 spaces?
Correct.
That will be built, how will they be shared with the retail? So my biggest concern would be if there's not enough space, let's say a wildly successful restaurant that's now overflowing into those adjacent streets.
Good question. Thanks, Mr. Dingfelder. We will have a general assignment, 1 parking space per unit. The 5 3-bedroom units will have a fractional more, a few additional spaces for their parking needs. The balance of those parking are allocated to the restaurant and to the retail, which will have competing hours. When the people are working, the retail will be open. They come back, the retail will be closed. My guess, and talking with the neighbors as well as the community leadership, I think about half of the restaurant, which is going to be the highest activity, is probably going to be serviced by rideshare, Lyft, Uber, ride sharing in the community. 5 neighbors going to dinner and drinks are not going to drive 5 cars. They're going to drive 1 car. This community walks, rides bikes, and does the ride share very well. We've had that discussion, we've vetted that. We also said, is this enough parking for you? We don't want to overload the community in the side streets. We have lots of parking opportunities around. If there's anything that we can do in this neighborhood, it's add additional cars because there's not much traffic and not much land use to address those issues.
So as related to the 31 dwelling units, I guess I was a little confused by your opening statement on that. So that's 31 parking spaces that are going to be sort of blocked off or for residents only, or how's that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the balance for the general retail / restaurant.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member, we're going to have Mr. Norris come up briefly and address his issues. Be happy to answer any other questions. Thank you for your time.
If I can.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Council, just a reminder that whatever decisions that you make have to be based on the evidence that is at the hearing. This being a quasi-judicial matter, that means you're required to avoid anything outside of the hearing that would perhaps affect your decision that has not been disclosed to the petitioner or other affected parties. So that being said, and I'm sure we'll get into this more when we have our workshop upcoming next week at 1:30 in the afternoon. But what happens is when you get something in writing, that makes its way into the clerk's file, which is able to be reviewed by the petitioner and all the interested parties to be able to address those issues. And what happens is I usually ask, and we receive and file during the course of the hearing, written communications that are relative to tonight's hearings that have been available for public inspection in City Council's office. Also, Council, sometimes you may receive phone calls, or people may wish to approach you. If you do choose to engage them, it is your responsibility to bring that conversation forward at the hearing to allow the interested parties, the petitioner in particular, to have an opportunity to know what has been discussed and to have an opportunity to address it. So, Council, I'm going to ask that if any members of Council have had any verbal communication with any petitioner, his or her representative, or any member of the public in connection with any of tonight's hearings, that that member of Council should, prior to taking action and giving the petitioner an opportunity to address that, disclose the following: the person or persons, group, or entity with whom the verbal communication occurred, and the substance of that verbal communication. So please be mindful of having ex parte communications outside the public hearing, and if for whatever reason that does take place, please be mindful of the requirement under Florida law, both statute and case law, that requires that that be disclosed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Okay, go ahead, sir, if you could state your name, please.
Great. My name is Kiefer Norris, and I represent CTV here on this project. And I want to be brief here. I just wanted to mention that this is a unique project and how much Palmetto Beach needs this to occur, and that there's 2,000 residents there. And I want to make one correction. We are keeping this as apartments. We're not selling, these aren't for sale condos. He was mixing up with the other project. And that being said, we're keeping these as apartments, we're keeping the retail, and so we're committed to being involved in this neighborhood for a long term. We do need the parking waiver in that in order to bring something this unique to this area, you gotta have a little bit of density as a developer to make it work. We feel that the retail office that's gonna be on the first floor will be, doctors, dentists, Verizon type things. They're not high use. There'll be hours from 8 to 5. The restaurant will probably be 11 to 8 or 11 to 9. And so the hours that the parking is going to be used will be conducive to that the extra 30 spaces will be flexible enough that it works for all the people who will be using this facility. I'll be brief because I only have 2 seconds. So I appreciate, I hope that you take in consideration the community support we have behind this, and that you do approve this project.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone here from the public to comment on items 1 or 7? Please come forward at this time, and please state your name. Anyone else here to comment on items 1 and 7? Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Willman. My address is 2426 Stewart Street in Tampa. I'm the president of the Palmetto Beach Community Association, going on 10 years now. And I'm here in support of both these applications. As Councilman Goods had indicated, we actually do have regular meetings now. This year we're meeting quarterly. We had a general membership meeting on May 21st, and I resubmitted this letter that I had emailed, and I copied the clerk, hoping that that was the proper way to do it. I wanted you to have time to look at my letter before tonight. But our meeting was on May 21st. CTV Capital did come to the meeting to present the plans for the rezoning and the vacating applications. The meeting was well attended, and the plans were very well received. We did announce the date of the hearing tonight in case somebody did want to come and provide comments. We have been following up with residents to understand if there are any concerns. I actually met with Tom and Terry Reynolds, who might have been the people who Orlando Goons had met with previously, but I followed up with them to see if there were any outstanding concerns, and there were not. We offered to have additional meetings with the applicant, and members of the community were not concerned with having additional meetings. So our take on it from the board of directors, and there are several members on our board, and all 7 did vote unanimously in support of these applications, and we do take the residents' concerns into account when we vote on these issues. We believe that the proposed uses are appropriate and the building elevations reflect a very high-quality design that we support in our neighborhood, and we really need this type of project. This would be the first mixed-use development in our neighborhood. We don't oppose the waivers being requested. The point of a PD is to allow for some waivers to the land development code, otherwise they would develop under the straight zoning district. So we understand waivers are sometimes needed in a planned development. Access to the site from the side streets are necessary to maintain that pedestrian-oriented feel on 22nd Street. To not have a driveway off 22nd Street is a good thing, we believe. And the waiver to reduce parking is acceptable. We know that a lot of patrons will use the commercial uses will come on foot or bicycle, and that small urban sites may not be able to provide the green space and buffers and the tree planting areas, but we know residents will use DeSoto Park for their recreation needs. So we do support this project, and we hope you'll approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Anybody else? Oh, go ahead, sir.
My name is John Hendon. I'm from 2014 Oakwood Avenue. I live right next door to the proposed project that we've been speaking about. I spoke to Mr. Kiefer here about the project over the last few weeks, and we are in support of this project. Our neighborhood needs something like this. It's underutilized. It's a perfect place in accompaniment with the Channelside District and all that's happening down there. I think it would really improve our lives there to have a restaurant that we could walk to be able to relax in our neighborhood. But right now, there's nothing like this. And everyone that I've talked to up and down the streets, they've all said that they would be interested in having this project go through. So I need somewhere to drink beer, you know. So really, I mean, it'd be nice to have somewhere we could walk to.
What kind do you want?
What kind do I want?
I just want to order it for you.
Dunkel. But, you know, totally 100% supportive of it. That's all my comment.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here for public comment on items 1 and 7? Okay. If you want any rebuttal or...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just state, I think the Planning Commission report speaks for itself. Ms. Willman, her brilliant presentation, and also the neighbor of the West. I think the biggest kick I got out of talking to Mary Samaniego today was she did her field check and she came back and said, this is a very sleepy community. It's time for this community to be woken up. The current zoning and comp plan designations do this and separate. We're trying to integrate the first vertical integrated land use in Palmetto Beach. We're excited. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Miranda.
I just want to say thank you for the young lady who came up from the Homeowners Association. I remember that about 16, 17 years ago, 3 mayors back, you had your Civic Center redone, and that was a long time ago. In fact, I used to play ball at DeSoto Park, but I didn't live there. I lived there in Cascade Park, so we played your team. And what I liked about that area is that the left field there was no fence, and it was so far back that I loved to pitch there because nobody could hit the water. And I was a bad pitcher, so I just want you to know that. I appreciate the knowledge, and I remember all the little drugstores you had. I remember the neighbors that you had. The houses were kept up pretty nice. They were wooden. You had some 2-story buildings and on Stewart Street on the east side, and it was a nice neighborhood to live in, and like everything else, it sometimes falls apart to some degree, but hopefully you can get it back together.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Maniscalco.
I remember having breakfast with a good friend of mine in Ybor City, and he asked me, where's this place you talk about, Palmetto Beach? And he'd never been to it. He's never, you know, he knows Ybor, but he never crossed, went down the road. And I showed it to him, the Spicola family pool and, the waterfront and whatnot, and he was blown away at how beautiful this neighborhood is. It's one of Tampa's last untouched jewels. And if you haven't been down there, I encourage you to go. This is very positive. It's just going to lift up that neighborhood. But when you see how nice this waterfront community is, this historic neighborhood, I think you'll be just as excited as my friend was when he saw it. So I look forward to supporting this. It's exciting, and it's a new chapter for Palmetto Beach and that whole area that is well deserving of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Goots.
Well, I know it as DeSoto. I think most of the people, that's what it's known as, DeSoto. Soto Park. My program, well, I can say I've retired from the program, but they still think I'm in charge. We're putting a youth football program down at that park called the DeSoto Falcons. If you're aware of that or not, but we're putting a program down there. So I know that community needs things for young people, a lot of young adults. But to my earlier comment, just for the record, that my office did receive a call to go down in reference to the park, the cleanup, the seawall, the mangroves. They talked about the traffic. They did talk about the new development. I didn't know about these particular projects at the time, but I know that area is thriving now. It's an older community. You got some younger folks that are moving in, so the community needs a wow, and that's why I usually use the term when I go to blighted communities, a wow, because people don't like to drive and travel every place else for that wow experience. So I think it'll be a good thing. You got a lot of young parents down there now. We're hoping that football program's going to grow with that community as well. So I think it'll probably be a good project.
Anyone else?
Well, we're all
Councilman
talking
Citro?
sentimental and historic. I've been with Rough Riders now for almost 30 years. And it's always nice to go to Ybor City, but sometimes you just don't want to fight the traffic. You don't want to have to find a parking space. Congratulations to the community and the developers for working together to bringing this type of establishment, not only living, retail, but restaurant. And I look forward to being opening night at one of the restaurants there after I leave the clubhouse for Rough Riders.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Do we have a motion to close? We have a motion to close by Councilman Escalco, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Carlson, do you, sir, mind taking item number 1?
File number VAC 1910, just read here. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a right-of-way portion of alleyway located south of Maple Avenue, north of Oakwood Avenue, east of South 20th Street, west of South 22nd Street in Edgewater Park, a subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, the same being more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement, reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Carlson, a second by Councilman, I believe Miranda got it first, but I'm not sure. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next we go to item number 7, Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is item number 7, file number REZ 19-32. Move an ordinance presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 2015-2017 Maple Avenue, 1305 South 22nd Street, and 2020 Oakwood Avenue in city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classification RM16 residential multifamily and CG commercial general to PD planned development residential multifamily restaurant strip shopping center with all CG use providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And Mr. Miranda, if you can also include the revision sheet as part of your motion, please.
Pardon me?
The revision sheet. I believe is that.
Along with the revision sheets.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Miranda, I believe a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Both motions carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption to be held on July 18th, 2019 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay. Next, we go to item number 3.
Council LaShawn Dock, Planning and Development. Council, item number 3 is petition number REZ 1941. This is for the property located at 5818 South 6th Street. The request is from RS60 to RS50, and the applicant is John Lum and Steve McElhaney.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn with the second case tonight. We moved down to the South Tampa Planning District, more specifically the Gambie Sun Bay South neighborhood. The subject site is within a level B evacuation zone. The closest transit station is 0.8 miles to the west over on South Del Mabry. And the closest public recreation facility is Skyview Park, which is located approximately 0.46 miles to the south of the subject site. On to the aerial. Zoom in. You can see the subject site here is on 6th. And then you've got McDill to the east. You can see from the aerial that McDill has been developing out with a lot of townhome developments, but immediately to the west of McDill is predominantly single-family detached with some larger vacant lots. There is some additional townhomes further west of Sheridan. But you can see there is some also commercial activity occurring at Inner Bay and McDill Avenue. On to the future land use map, kind of bears out that pattern. Again, here's the subject site. All these properties within this kind of tan color, I guess, is that residential 10 future land use. There you see the intensity over on McDill. That pink is the community mixed use 35. Then you've got some scattered residential 20s and an actual residential, I believe, 35 kind of to the northeast of this. But this street is predominantly single-family detached in character. Your Planning Commission did find that this proposed rezoning that would allow 2 single-family detached homes would be compatible infill development within that area, planned for development up to 10 dwelling units per acre. The existing density for residential parcels fronting this block of South 6th Street is 5.81 units per acre. Proposed rezoning would allow consideration of those 2 single-family detached dwelling units on the subject site for an overall density of the proposed rezoning at 7.4 units an acre, which is consistent with that residential 10 future land use designation. The proposed PD will be of similar form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses. And lastly, the proposed PD is consistent with that development pattern and density anticipated under that residential 10. So based on those considerations, your Planning Commission staff finds proposed rezoning consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Council LaShawn Dock, Planning and Development. And Council, again, this is REZ 1941. This property is currently zoned RS 60. The request is for RS 50 residential single-family zoning. This request is a Euclidean request for a Euclidean district. There are no waivers allowed with this request. So the subject property is approximately 100 by 119 for a total lot area of approximately 12,000 square feet. The subject site is located north of West Wyoming Avenue, southeast of the intersection of West Layla Avenue and South 6th Street. The site is surrounded with single-family detached residential uses to the north, west, and south, and single-family attached uses to the east on Bayshore Oaks Drive. So the property contains 1 lot, that's lot 6 in the south side subdivision. And this request would allow for 2 lots which must adhere to the RS 50 zoning standards. And this is the conforming map. This is what used to be the red-blue map. If I can zoom out a little bit on it. Here we go. So those council members that may remember, and the new members, this will be new for you, but we used to present the map, and the red would represent the conforming lots, and then the blue would represent the non-conforming lots. And what we've done now is added several different colors and a variation just to show the difference in the width of the lots within that area. And so what you're seeing is at the top, there's a legend, and these colors are actually divided on a range of 4 feet. So the blue that you see is for lots that are 50 feet to less than 55 feet. So that would be 50 to 54 feet. If there is not a range there, that lot width does not exist. And this is shown, this is the property here in question, and this is the property that is striped. This is 6th Street, to orient you on this map, and this is Wyoming. This is part of a separate subdivision that is there. So the overall area of analysis includes the majority of Southside subdivision lots, west to South Sheridan Road, to West Wyoming Avenue to the south, the Bayshore Oaks lots, which are located to the east. They were not included in the study area, and they have a PD zoning for residential single-family attached units. The lots to the north of the site on South 6th Street contain single-family detached residential immediately north. Heading north to West Tyson Avenue, the use is changed to single-family attached units. West of the site, the lots are developed with single-family residential. So the site is actually located in the South Side subdivision. The overall area of analysis included a total of 56 zoning lots. The subject block face contains 11 lots, with 7 or 63% of those lots developed with a width of 50 to 54 feet, and 3 or 27% have been developed with a width of 60 to 64 feet. And this is the zoning map for the property. So this is 6th Street, and this is West Wyoming Avenue. This is the property here that is hatched in green. So this is surrounded with RS60 zoning to the north and the south. The PD zoning exists to the east, a little further north of the site. And to the west of the site directly is RS75 with a PD zoning there, and then south west of the site is an RS50 zoning. This is an aerial of the site. So this is the site that's outlined in red on 6th Street. And I have a couple pictures of the site. So that is a picture of the site on 6th Street. This is the north end of the site. Heading further north, single-family residential. This is west of the site. This is across Layla. This is looking south on 6th Street. This is south of the site. This is also on 6th Street. And that's moving further south and further south. So the DRC staff has reviewed the request and find the application consistent with applicable City of Tampa land development regulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Dingfelder.
Yes.
Thank you. The quote, red-blue map, I don't see that in our background materials. Do we have copies, or do you have extra copies?
I have extra copies I can provide. I apologize, it was not in the staff report. So the ones that we have for tonight were not included in the staff report. We were still working on the map, configuring it in a way that would be easy to read, so I didn't include it in that report. I apologize, but I have copies.
And I recall the code spoke to the issue of the block face and a certain percentage of, consistency with the existing block face and that sort of thing. Did you already speak to that in terms of the code and what the code says?
Well,
doesn't the code speak to it as related to the Euclidean and a change from the Euclidean?
No, what we did was base the analysis on the block face and then give you the actual widths that exist on that block face.
Right, I
The code for
understand.
Euclidean, they have to meet just the RS50 standards, so they just have to have a 20-foot front setback, 7 on the sides, the minimum lot width.
No, I understand
In
that.
depth.
My question is, and maybe things have changed, and that's fine. I thought I recall that there was some language in the code that says, we should look at the existing pattern of development and compare compare that or something like that. And am I imagining something, or is that gone, or what?
Within the PD criteria, I believe is what.
Oh, that was within the PD criteria in terms of changing?
That
Okay.
has that.
All right, so it wasn't Euclidean.
Not for the RS 50, it's not.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you.
Do you want that?
There's that one lot, this, not that one. Yeah, no, just leave it here.
Okay, applicant?
Good evening, Steve Michelini. I'm here representing the petitioner. Let me just start by saying that, first of all, this area is undergoing gentrification and new development throughout this area. There are a number of very large lots that, for whatever reason, some of them were not platted, some of them were platted, but they're extremely large parcels. And they got lumped into the Res 10 category, which was residential 10 units per acre, which would allow for consideration of a RS 50 or 60 or above zoning designation. In this case, immediately to the east of this property, and LaShawn spoke to this, you have a large development that's a PD that essentially these lots are 50 feet in width, and then you have some in here that, although it's zoned RS 60, they're non-conforming. The new developments that are going into the area seem to be RS 50, which is a 5,000 square foot lot. And in this case, the property that we're proposing for an RS 50 designation is 12,000 square feet, which would be 6,000 square feet per lot. And we are proposing something that's typical for this area. And to answer one of the questions that one of the council members had, was that we have been found to be consistent by the Planning Commission as well as the city staff, where they have to find that the intent of the city for new residential development shall be minimally disruptive and to adjacent areas. And both the city staff and the Planning Commission staff found that this proposal was minimally disruptive. I think that LaShawn also pointed out that 63.8 or something, nearly 64% of the properties in this area, this would be compliant and conforming with those, and 27% are larger than this lot that's being proposed. One of the things that happens in the redevelopment process is that the evaluation for sufficient water and sewer, as well as sidewalks and streets, has to be maintained, and if there are any required improvements for water, sewer, streets, sidewalks, then this project has to meet those and install improvements to each of those. It's not a matter of obtaining a waiver. They have to meet the stormwater code as well. There's no waiver allowed for that. Our proposal is to meet the RS 50 development standards without any reduction in side yards, front yards, or rear yard setbacks, or height for that matter. I think that David Hay pointed out that this is a B zone in terms of flood zone area, so we'll have to meet the flood zone criteria in terms of elevation, and we can't impact any adjacent property regarding stormwater runoff. So with that being said, I certainly would appreciate your consideration for an approval. We have met the criteria, and the city staff has found it to be consistent and minimally disruptive of any other adjacent property, and consistent with the block face that we're proposing this development on. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Out of all of the notices that we sent out, we did not receive any calls or concerns regarding this proposal, and there were no negative comments to my knowledge that were received by the city staff.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant from City Council? Okay, thank you, sir. Being none, we next move to public comment. If you're here for item number 3 and wish to publicly comment, here is your opportunity to do so, so please come forward at this time. Okay.
Move to close.
With motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Citro, do you mind taking item number 3, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. File number REZ 19-41. I move an ordinance being presented for the first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5818 South 6th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1, from zoning district classification RS 60 residential single family to RS 50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Citro, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption to be held on July 18th, 2019 at 9:30 a.m.
Council, LaShawn Dock, Planning and Development. Item number 4 is REZ 1942. This is for the property located at 6230 Interbay Boulevard. The request is from RS 60 to RS 50 residential single family. The applicant for this request is John Lum and Steve McLean.
Good evening, council members. David Hay again with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We remain down in the South Tampa Planning District for this next case. We also just move a little bit south. We're in the Inner Bay neighborhood. The closest transit is available out on South Del Mabry Highway. It's roughly 0.6 miles to the west. This one is also within a Level B evacuation zone. And again, the closest public recreation facility is Skyview Park, which is located approximately 1,500 feet to the east of the subject site. Here we have the subject site. This is Inner Bay. This is Sheridan Road going north. Then you've got Shelburne Avenue kind of loops to the south of the subject site. This is the Circle C Ranch right here. This is Skyview Park over on Martindale Avenue. And then this large green area is the ELAP, South Tampa ELAP property. Also, you can see the Pavilions Apartments over on McDill. You can see the predominant development pattern in the surrounding area is the single-family detached residential. Again, there's commercial further up Inner Bay, and then there's also commercial out on South Del Mabry Highway. On to the future land use map. This tan color and all the properties surrounding it, including the Circle C Ranch next door, is all residential 10. Again, this is Inner Bay. Moving east on Inner Bay, it starts becoming a little more dense. This is the residential 20 in the brown. And then you've got the community mixed use 35. There's some retail shopping there. But you can see the predominant area is that residential 10, and then you've got the recreation open space represented by the green, representing Skyview Park and the ELAP properties. The applicant is requesting to rezone from that residential single-family 60 to the residential single-family 50 to allow for the development of up to a maximum of 7 single-family detached residential units. This would allow for compatible infill development within an area that is planned for that development pattern of up to 10 dwelling units per acre based on that underlying residential 10 future land use category. Residentially developed parcels adjacent to Inner Bay Boulevard between South Main Avenue, which is over here, and then to West Bay Avenue here. We analyzed that area and the properties adjacent to that subject site, also along South Shelburne Avenue. All those surrounding parcels are developed at an average density of 6.2 units per acre. Overall, the Planning Commission staff found the proposed RS 50 zoning district will be of a similar form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses, and it should not alter the character of the Inner Bay neighborhood. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
LaShawn Dock, Planning and Development. And council, again, this is REZ 1942, so the request is from RS 60 to RS 50. It is a Euclidean request, so therefore no waivers are permitted. with this request. The subject property is approximately 200 by 155 at the shortest depth. It's an odd shape, so I wanted to show you on the map. So this is Inner Bay Boulevard, this is Selburne, and then this is the property in question, which is the green striped area. So this is the shortest distance, which is 155 feet. The longest depth is 378 feet at this distance. So this is actually consists of two parcels, which will be combined into one. The total lot area is approximately 56,126 square feet, or 1.29 acres. This request would allow for 4 lots, which must adhere to the RS-50 City of Tampa Land Development Regulations at the time of permitting. The request proposes to combine 2 unplatted lots, and these lots are located on Inner Bay. It's located just east of Allerton Park subdivision and south of Speedway Place subdivision. So although the areas west and north of the site have been platted, these 2 parcels that are under this request have not been platted. On this block, on the north side of Inner Bay, is the closest analysis that was conducted. The parcels to the north are part of the Speedway Place subdivision. They were platted in 1916. It contains a total of 14 lots, with corner lots platted at widths ranging from 137 feet to 170 feet. The internal lots are platted at a minimum width of 50 feet and a maximum lot width of 55 feet. There are a total of 8 lots which front Inner Bay, and all 8 lots, 100% are platted at 50 feet in width, and the depths are ranging from 114 feet to 118 feet. And this is an aerial of the site. So this is Inner Bay, this is Sheridan, and then this is the site outlined in red. Actually, this outline should go here also, to include that other parcel. So this is the site on Inner Bay. This is another picture of the site. This is looking southeast from Sheridan. That's east of the site. This is looking northeast on Inner Bay. And this is a single-family residential, which is surrounding, and that's to the north. Another view north. It's also to the north. And that's the view looking on Sheridan, north of the site. This is west of the site. And then heading further west, this takes you around the corner to the opposite side along the west on Sheridan. That's the south of the site. And single-family residential located south. So the DRC staff has reviewed the application and finds it consistent with applicable City of Tampa land development regulations. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from council? Okay. Being none, applicant?
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini representing the petitioner. Again, as I mentioned to you earlier, this is one of those areas that has very large unplatted property that for whatever reason has remained in this condition for a very long time. And what we're proposing to do is to come in and we'll have to subdivide this. So we'll have to go through all of the city subdivision regulations in order to create the lots that are there. We'll have to propose the extension of the water lines, the sewer lines, the fire lines, and create all of the easements for all the utilities. So this is a little bit of a stronger threshold to meet than a traditional lot split. It's a unique piece of property, and as LaShawn has pointed out, it's 1.29 acres. And again, we have to meet those same thresholds, and the Planning Commission and the city staff has found it to be consistent with the fact that it's minimally disruptive of any other adjacent property. So you have other infill developments in the area. So most of these seem to be being developed along 50-foot wide lots. And you'll also see not only an on-site improvement of utilities for water, sewer, and things like that, but you'll see off-site improvements coming off of Interbay. So if there's a main extension that has to occur, this project has to pay for that. And then we also have to go through the subdivision review, as I indicated, and that subdivision plat will come back to you for approval after the city staff has reviewed it. So we have been found consistent by both the city staff and the planning commission and in their reviews in terms of the land use classification as well as meeting all of the technical standards. We would respectfully request your approval. I believe that we have met the thresholds that are established by the city for the protection of not only the city and their requirements, but also the adjacent property owners. With a property this size of 200 feet by 155 feet, we have and 1.29 acres. It is a very large parcel. We'll have to develop a roadway in there as well for access for emergency vehicles as well as access for the development itself. So all of that property won't be utilized for homes. We'll have to provide the access off of Interbay that'll meet all of the standards, including those for the fire trucks and the emergency access. So anyway, I believe it is consistent. The staff has found it consistent, and we would respectfully appreciate your approval.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, being none, for next public comment, anyone here to comment on item number 4? If so, please come forward. Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Maniscalco, could you please read item number 4?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 6230 Interbay Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Council.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption to be held on July 18th, 2019 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, sir. We move next to item number 6.
Mary Samaniego, for the record. Item number 6 is REZ 1927. It's a rezoning request for the property at 4515 and 4519 West North A Street from RM18 and RS50 to plan development for attached and detached single-family residential.
Good evening, council members. David Hay again with your planning commission staff. We move over to the West Shore Planning District for this next case. The subject site is located within the West Shore Palms neighborhood. There is the closest public recreation facility is the Charles B. Williams Park. The property is located within an area with transit service. The Harts, bus route 30 currently serves the site at the intersection of West Trask and West Kennedy, and the subject site falls within a level A evacuation zone. On to the aerial. Let's see, here's the subject site. This is North A. This is Trask. To the south is a communications facility, I think with Frontier. Then there's also the commercial along Kennedy Boulevard. I believe one of these are David's Bridal, but as you go down, this is the Walgreens, and of course this is the West Shore Plaza over here. You can see that this portion of the West Shore Palms neighborhood has been transitioning into more of a townhome style development. There is some multifamily closer to the West Shore, and then of course you see the interstate further to the north there. On to the future land use map. The subject site, and all this brown color is the residential 20. As we move west past Trask Street, the color of brown changes. That becomes residential 35. Then we move into the regional mixed use 100, represented by this pinkish red color. Then down on Kennedy, this is the urban mixed-use 60, future land use category, and then it drops off for density-wise into that residential 6, single-family detached pattern represented by the yellow. Let's see. The request is to seek approval to change the zoning district on approximately 0.76 acre subject site from that residential single-family 50 and residential multifamily 18 to the planned development. The applicant proposes to develop 12 single-family attached residential townhomes and 1 single-family detached unit on the site. Proposed development provides for an overall density of 17.1 units per acre. That's below the 20 units that can be considered under that residential 20 future land use category. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the petitioner's request and found no adverse impacts from the proposed project to the surrounding neighborhood. The request is consistent with several policies of the city's comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the needs of the city's population. And additionally, the city's comprehensive plan encourages infill development and new housing on underutilized sites. Proposed rezoning would further this policy direction of the comprehensive plan and provide compatible infill development within this portion of the West Shore Palms neighborhood. Planning Commission staff does encourage the applicant to continue to work with natural resources to ensure that the protection of the trees on site is ensured through as the site is processed through site development. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
David. Here's Samaniego for the record. Again, as David stated, this is for a residential project. Here's the zoning map of the surrounding area. As I stated, the subject property is in green. The majority of the site is zone RM18, and then this section and swath, and then the infill is the RS50 zoning district. Down to the south along Kennedy Boulevard, it is zoned commercial general, and then a mix of planned developments for multifamily and apartments over on the west side of North Trask Street. Here's a photographic tour of the surrounding area. Here's the subject property. It's currently vacant. Across the street is the back of the shopping center that's along Kennedy. That is a David's Bridal, as well as a Frontier, the back of a Frontier building. On the corner of Trask and North A Street, there already is a townhome development that covers that whole short end of the block. And then the remaining, on the north side of the subject property, on North B Street, and then on the remaining portions of North A Street, it's currently single-family detached, as you can see, typically one-story houses. Here, again, it's a plan development, so here is the site plan that the applicant is proposing. The entire site is 0.76 acres, 2 lots off of the intersection of Trask and North A Street. They are proposing setbacks front 3 feet. Again, part of the 3-foot setback is because they're having a front yard, courtyard element that the applicants can speak to in more detail, but they're having kind of a walled-in front courtyard element. There are 3 separate buildings. This one will be townhomes with 8 units. There will be 4 units to the north, and then a single individual dwelling unit, standalone, up in the corner. Based on the required parking, 29 parking spaces are required, 30 are being provided, so they meet parking. There are 5 waivers being requested to reduce and they are majority from the West Shore overlay. First one, the West Shore overlay standards state that the front yard setback should match what the underlying zoning is. The underlying zoning on this property is, as I said, RM18, so that has a 25-foot setback. So they're asking for a waiver to go down to 3 feet. Another West Shore overlay standard is to reduce the minimum sidewalk width internally from 5 feet down to 4 feet. Part of this is a result of required driveway widths. So instead of a 5-foot internal sidewalk in some areas, they're requesting to go down to 4 foot in width. The next waiver to 27-238, it was to reduce the required vehicle use area buffer adjacent to residentially zoned property from 25 feet with a 15-foot landscape buffer and a 6-foot high masonry wall to 3 feet with a PVC fence along the east and west property lines. Similarly, another waiver to 27-238 is to reduce the required buffer adjacent to residential properties from a 15-foot landscape buffer and a 6-foot masonry wall to a 3-foot and a PVC fence to the east and west of the property line, and from the east and west property line into 8 feet from the north property line. So again, the West Shore overlay has certain buffer standards adjacent for parking adjacent to residential, and then just a townhome development adjacent to residential. And then the last waiver that's being required and requested is to 27-282. The code says that for all townhome developments, which is what we call attached single-family residential or multifamily, all front doors must face a public right-of-way. For these units, all these front doors face North A, as well as this one in the back faces North A. However, these 4 units, the front doors face the internal drive aisle, so a waiver is required for those front doors. If this were to be approved with the waivers, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination has some changes between first and second reading, basically just some clerical corrections. Urban Design did find this inconsistent based on the waivers requested to the West Shore overlay, primarily because of the buffer waivers and the setback. Natural Resources found it consistent. They have some changes between first and second reading, as well as stormwater. Has some modifications, but they did find it consistent. But overall, the Development Review and Compliance staff did find this inconsistent, again, through Urban Design, due to the waivers to the West Shore overlay.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Applicant?
Good evening, council members. My name is Joe Toff. I'm the architect representing the owner. This is a really fantastic location that is becoming better and better every day as the West Shore district starts to mature and become a little more sophisticated, more urban, and more pedestrian. I'm sure you probably are all aware of what's being proposed for the big parking lot out in front of the old Sears store there, the mixed-use residential office, hotel, medical office, retail, restaurant location there, which is only a block from this location. And this area of West Shore, which this is our site, of course. Kennedy Boulevard is here. This is that large warehouse building for switches and for Verizon and such. This area is really in the transition phase from single family to multifamily. This entire area to the west of us is pretty much all multifamily now. And then as you head down North A in particular, there's a significant number of multifamily and PD zonings along North A as you get all the way down to Lois. So there's quite a bit of a multifamily. You see right here, on this upper corner right here, there's another multifamily townhouse project there and more coming. So this is quite a significant change. This area is transitioning into a really nice multifamily area. And frankly, it's hard to imagine a few years ago we'd even talk about West Shore area being pedestrian, but this area is almost becoming pedestrian. And we're with a block from West Shore Mall and all the development going on there. Dare I say, I think we may someday have a pedestrian place here, which is part of the focus and the attention and the approach that we've taken to this project. Again, you'll see right to our west, right here, there's a really attractive nice apartment complex here, which got some significant waivers as well in terms of setbacks, similar to what we're requesting. Here it is again. Here's Kennedy. Here's that adjacent, nice, modern townhouse project, our project here. This is that townhouse project just to our west, which is really very nice. And they had gotten, this was a PD zoning, and they had gotten some of these, some relief from the West Shore overlay requirements that really is kind of causing the trouble for us. Back in 2000s, I was the one who kind of initiated the whole West Shore overlay district with Ron Rotella back in the old West Shore Alliance days. I had done a project for a developer on West Shore, and they wanted a strip center with parking in the front and the building in the back, and I fought them, and they couldn't. He just wouldn't do it. We had to do a strip center. I really got upset about it because it's just not what we should do. So we initiated this whole overlay district to try to move buildings to the front, parking to the back, so we could start transitioning this whole area into a more urban pedestrian kind of district. So this is. I think this project is going to be part of that transition, try to move us towards that urban pedestrian place. This is the back of that same townhouse project that is adjacent to our project right here. When this was built, this was a single family, and this would have required that 25-foot buffer requirement as well, which we're asking for relief on. This is where our driveway and vehicle access is going to be to the site. So there'll be some relief. Our building will be about 30 feet from this location. So there won't be any big squeeze on this guy's private area to the back there. Here's our site. Just very quickly, they walked you through it, but just let me again. 3 buildings. The 8-unit building in the front facing North A Street. The building is actually proposed for a 15-foot front setback. The 3 feet is, there's a low wall that kind of helps define a little outdoor space. We're trying to create that sense, that urban pedestrian kind of, like a little porch almost. So there's some kind of a little social space in front of these units. So you have your front door, and then there'd be a little porch area on the front. And we're trying to define that by a little 3-foot wall that could act as a seat for the porch side, and then just a little separation from the sidewalk, which is right out of the Urban Land Institute profile on how to do urban pedestrian development, how you bring the building a little closer, because 25 feet, the underlying zoning here would be either 20 or 25, which pushes the building so far back that you lose that whole urban pedestrian kind of sense of scale and relationship between sidewalk, pedestrian, and building. So the Urban Land Institute is very much in favor of this kind of, that 15-foot, that 10 to 15 foot is kind of their target number for how to do the townhouses and row houses on an urban pedestrian sidewalk. So that's where we are here, the 15 feet here, and then this is that little low wall that's just 3 feet. And we moved it back to 3 feet from the property line so we could do a little hedge or something in front of that low wall, and then you would step up. Now these units are going to be elevated a couple of feet above the sidewalk too, which is also out of the Urban Land Institute, that you want that little bit of a separation from the residential units down to the public realm in the street. So with that being a little higher, that little low wall also helps mitigate that transition between one and the other. So the entrance to the property is a 2-way entrance right here. This is where that nice townhouse project is right here. There's a 2-way traffic in the area back here, which provides access to the garages. So we have garages in the rear, pedestrian access on the public side on the front. There's the 4 units in the back here that also have 2-car garages, and then an entrance, 2-car garage, entrance. And then there's a single family detached unit back here. The setbacks are, like I said, 15 on the front along North A Street. And then we're also 15 on the rear. There's an alley, there's a vacated alley back here, so we're 15 here. And then we're 15 also off this. And we went with 7-foot setbacks on these sides, that being the setback of virtually every zoning district in the city of Tampa. realizing that the overlay district requires a 15-foot setback when you're adjacent to single family, that requirement is not, the 15-foot setback is not required on this side because we're adjacent to PD and multifamily on this side. Our position being that as this area is transitioning, and certainly North A Street, the way it's all transitioning into multifamily, we're thinking that that's going to become a multifamily as it moves forward in the future. Although we don't think that a 7-foot setback back there in that remote backyard of the adjacent property is going to have any negative or adverse impact on the neighbor. Right here, where we have a 1-lane exit drive, that is a 19-foot setback on that side there. This driveway right now is really a function of we were allowing room for the fire department to get their truck up here so that they would have access to this rear building. So this vehicle use area, and I'll get into that a little more when we go to the waiver requests, but that's what that drive lane is for. It's not really essential for the traffic movement for our project. We have in and out traffic here, which is sufficient to handle that. But that was really pretty, it's an exit only currently, but it was primarily for fire control access. And then there are, like I said, 4 guest parking spaces right here. Okay, I'll get into the waivers here in a minute. This is kind of the spirit of the development, again, in keeping with this whole West Shore kind of maturing and growing and becoming a more sophisticated place. We kind of went with a really cool, modern, kind of sophisticated, hip look, if we say so ourselves. If we're not going to, who else is going to? But we think it's a really kind of a cool look, very modern. We're pulling that top floor back, and we're going to do little rooftop balconies up there for the first part of that, again, to kind of engage the units and the living spaces with the public realm and with the street. And it also softens that whole top edge. So when you have that void going on up there, it really softens that space. This shows the little low walls in the front with the hedge, and then those little porch areas that we were talking about in the front, again, engage the pedestrian and the streetscape. And you can see the little buildings in the back behind there. This, and again, I'm going to get into this a little more, where we are proposing our 7-foot setback as opposed to the 15, which the West Shore overlay suggests. What we're doing is we're doing the 7-foot here, but then where the 3rd floor unit is, we're pulling that whole section of that 3rd floor back 12 feet away from that setback line so that we have a softer relationship between the building and the adjacent parcel. And there's one big old oak tree right back there that it's off our site, but we're keeping the required maintenance, separation, and distance from it right here. And just another view of the unit. This is that 1-lane exit, and then here's that 2-story with that 3rd setback. Other of the front of the units. And go back to this. So I'd like to go to the waiver requests, the 5 waiver requests. The first one is the front setback, and again, I think I kind of addressed that in terms of creating a more urban pedestrian kind of place and trying to intentionally bring the building closer to the street to create a relationship between people and sidewalk and building, and to develop that little that little courtyard space in the front here and the low wall. So that, again, the 3-foot that was in your report is the low wall, not the building. The building is at 15 feet. Also, relative to that setback issue, is North A has an 80-foot right-of-way, which obviously is significantly larger than the typical Tampa 50-foot. Most residential streets in Tampa, as you know, probably have 50-foot right-of-way. So these units are going to be 15 feet further back from the center line of the street than they would normally be, just because we have an 80-foot right-of-way along the street, which is a really broad, big, wide. So bringing these units forward, once again, will not impact the street because we have a 30-foot wider right-of-way than we typically would have on a residential street. The second waiver request is the sidewalk. Here it is. 5 foot is the West Shore Overlay District requirement. 4 foot is okay with the city, with the normal zoning. So it would be this sidewalk and then the access to these units to the back here. Because we're providing a very proper kind of approach and entrance to those units that are not facing, that are not immediately on the street. I'm sure you all are familiar with those double-facing buildings you see all over South Tampa that have the garage and then the paving in the middle, and you have to walk down the drive to get in those front doors, which is just awful. It's very undignified, very, and that's not what we're doing here. We're going to have a proper sidewalk with pavers or some kind of nice pavement to distinguish the pedestrian realm from the auto realm. Now, we are proposing it to be 4 feet, not 5 feet. We could make that 5 feet. The squeeze location really is right here where we're along this side property line. We've left a 3-foot landscape buffer up against what we're proposing to be the PVC fence instead of the block wall. And the 3 foot would allow us to do like some bamboo or some kind of a tall, kind of green buffer, plant material in there. The sidewalk, the drive lane, and then we've also left another 3-foot landscape area on the side of that townhouse unit on the west side of this. So we could cut those landscape areas down to make that sidewalk 4 feet, but we thought in balance that it made more sense to kind of have a little more green and the little narrower sidewalk that still works for ADA and handicap and accessibility. So that was our logic on the sidewalk. Number 3 was again, that vehicle use buffer area requirement. When we were first doing the overlay district for West Shore, those of you who have been around a while probably remember Margaret Vizzi. She was a powerful woman in her day, and she is still. Oh. Well, she was really concerned. She hated the whole idea of the building coming to the front and the parking going to the rear, because she thought that was going to impact the neighborhoods, because she wanted the parking in the front and then the building in the rear. So that's this 25-foot buffer thing, or the 25-foot setback and that 15-foot buffer thing, really came from her because she was concerned about these big, bright, lighted parking lots and service areas for garages and parking garages abutting people's backyards. That was her big concern for this, the big buffer, big setback area. And it was only proposed and written for single family, not multifamily. My time up?
30 seconds.
Oh, great. Okay, so what we're thinking is this is a single lane exit corridor over here. It's one lane. We think it's minimal impact. It's not a big bright lighted parking lot. We don't think it's going to really have any significant impact on the adjacent neighbors. And worst case scenario, we could make that fire department truck access only and not even have that an exit corridor.
You need 1 more minute, sir?
Yeah, could I just go over those last 2?
Motion for 1 minute.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. And then the other was the building setback. Again, this goes back to that area in the rear, back here where, again, it's 15 foot. That was a Margaret Vizzi thing, again, trying to keep the commercial development, because she was, the overlay district really was very focused on the commercial stuff, not so much on residential. It's probably our fault. We probably should have written that and defined that a little better. But so the residential, we're keeping with the city of Tampa's 7-foot residential and then taking that 3rd floor back to try to mitigate and soften that. So again, this is the setback issue with the 15 foot. And then the last one was those rear units not facing the right of way. They're facing that drive area in the back. So these units their doors don't technically face the right of way. So, I mean, we don't really see that as a big negative necessarily, or have any kind of negative impact on the neighborhood community. Oh, 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone here for public comment on item number 6? Okay. We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Goods, can you take item number 6, sir?
Yes, sir. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4515 and 4519 West North 8th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classifications RS 50 residential single family and RM 18 residential multifamily to PD plan development residential single family attached and detached, providing an effective date.
Second. Oh, along with the waivers.
Along with revision sheets.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Goods, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption to be held on July 18th, 2019 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, sir. Next, we go down to item number 8.
Yes, Councilor Sean Dock, Planning and Development. Item number 8 is REZ 1936. This is for the property located at 308 North Howard Avenue. The request is from CG Commercial General Zoning District to PD Plan Development for the permitted use of business professional office. The applicant is Heather Farrell.
Good evening, council members. David Hay again with your planning commission staff. I've been sworn. We're in the central Tampa planning district for this next case, more specifically the West Tampa Urban Village. The subject site, due to the land use category, is within an identified mixed-use corridor. The applicant's property does have access to transit. There is transit on this portion of Howard. The property is also located within a level D evacuation zone. On to the aerial. If I can make the page right. Here's the subject site. It's at the southwest corner of West Fig Street and North Howard. This is the Glazer JCC facility. And then you've got the, actually across the street is the Ray Williams Funeral Home right there. This part of this corridor has a mixture of residential and light office uses. And then there's more intensive commercial as you get down toward Kennedy. But you can see the majority of development off the corridors is single-family detached. On to the future land use map. The subject site and actually properties all surrounding the site, including to the west, are all in that community mixed use 35 future land use category. It drops off as you go west into the residential 20. And then there's actually more intensity down on Kennedy Boulevard. This light purple is the urban mixed use 60. And then to the north in the red, that's that community commercial 35. The red allows consideration for commercial intensive uses. The subject site is designated, as I said, the community mixed use 35. That category allows a broad range of uses, including retail, general commercial, service, office, and residential uses. The area does have that mix of uses. There's more intensity to the south. Overall, the proposed rezoning to the planned development to allow for an office use is compatible and comparable to the surrounding uses and is consistent with many of the policies within the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
LaShawn Dock, Planning and Development. And council, as mentioned, this property is currently zoned CG Commercial General, so the request is for a PD, and this would allow for business professional office use. This is the site. And this is Howard Avenue, and this is Fig Street. And so the site is outlined in red. There is an existing structure on site, which is currently vacant, and the applicant is proposing to keep that existing structure, so there is no expansion of that footprint proposed. It actually, the lot contains approximately 4,792 square feet. It is located on the southwest corner of North Howard and Fig Street. It is east of Arvenia Avenue and north of West B Street. So the request proposes the use of a 1,454 square foot business professional office. The applicant proposes to utilize the existing structure, maintaining and preserving the existing tree that is located south of the site. So for this development, a total of 4 parking spaces are required and 3 spaces are being provided. They are requesting a waiver for 1 space, but you will see that this is the structure on the property, and the parking spaces are located here west of the structure. This tree is here, which is a 48-inch oak, and they're providing the protective radius to protect this oak tree. And so they are losing a space here, so they're providing 3 spaces there. So the site has been designed in an effort to preserve the existing tree that's south of the site. The site is also located in the West Tampa Overlay District. It is actually almost center to the district, and it must adhere to the West Tampa Overlay District design standards at the time of permitting. And this is the zoning atlas of the site. So this is the site that's here in green and the stripe. This is Howard Avenue, and this is Fig Street. This is North B Street to orient you. So this site along Howard Avenue is predominantly CG, commercial general zoning. Directly south of the site is a PD. That PD was approved for the same use, the business professional office years ago. Further west of the site is the RM16 residential multifamily zoning, which exists also further east of the site. This is an aerial of the site, and this is on Howard Avenue, Fig, and this is the site outlined in red. So the site is surrounded to the north, to the east, and to the south with commercial uses. West of the site is residential, single-family residential uses. And pictures of the site. So this is the site on Howard, looking west. That's at Howard and Fig, looking southwest at the site. This is the north side of the site. This is on Fig. Heading further south, this is where the parking would be located on the site. This is west of the site. This is the view looking west on Fig. That's northwest of the site, single-family residential. This is north of the site, commercial use. And that's northeast crossing Howard. That's east of the site on Howard. Further east, southeast. And this is south of the site. This is at the corner of North B. This is directly south of the site, and that's the vacant PD that was mentioned that was approved for business professional office. So the Development Review Committee staff has reviewed the application, finds it the request consistent with applicable land development regulations. Should City Council approve this application and associated waivers, there are site plan modifications required between first and second reading, and I have those modifications here, and I'll provide to you. And that concludes staff's report.
Thank you so much. Any questions from council? Thank you. Applicant, please.
Good evening. I'm Gabriella Munoz. I'm actually the property owner and the applicant, Heather Farrell, David Farrell.
I'm David Farrell, Farrell Construction. Welcome, Ms. Munoz, get through this evening. I'm sorry there seems to be a bit of inconsistency in the report. What we are proposing is new construction, not rehabilitation of existing construction. What you see on the site plan is reflective of the new building, and I'd be happy to give you a, I don't know if that focuses in and you get a chance to, yes, that's the building that we're proposing. Our DRC hearing, well, the current use of the property right now is vacant residential. And we are proposing to demolish the existing structure. Ms. Munoz does have a demolition permit in hand for that building. And as I said, we had a March 26th DRC hearing, and as a result of that hearing, we were able to address and satisfy all of staff's concerns as they related to all of the issues being consistent with the West Tampa Overlay District and our setback requirements. There is one waiver, however, that we are requiring, and that is for that one parking space. And what has guided that waiver is the fact there is a large oak tree on the property located immediately to the south. And the folks at Natural Resources made a request that we honor what their minimum distance away from that tree would normally be in order to ensure its survival. And in so doing that, we lost a parking space. So were it not at the request of Natural Resources, we wouldn't be here making that waiver request. But other than that, we do remain consistent with everything that staff had requested of us.
Anything else? Okay. Any questions from council for the applicants? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. On that southern boundary, is that a wall or a PVC fence, or what are you proposing there next to the tree?
On the southern boundary, Councilman Dinker, I don't believe we're.
Got the plans?
Yeah, you got that large site plan. I'm sorry, my eyes aren't what they used to. Excuse me.
I see something sort of dashed there. A wall or a fence or what?
No, sir. No, that dashed line, there isn't going to be anything there. And one of the reasons we left that vacant and gave that 5-foot setback, we couldn't slide it any farther to the south, A, because of the tree, and B, because it wouldn't allow us room to work on the air conditioning unit to service it. Did he draw a line in there?
And what is the use?
Property line, that's an existing 8-foot see-through fence. That doesn't have anything to do with us, Councilman. I believe that belongs. That's the neighbor's fence, yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your neighbor to the south?
Nothing.
Vacant lot.
Vacant lot, yes, sir, with that one tree.
Anything further? Thank you. Okay, next we go to public comment for item number 8. If anyone is here from the public to speak on item number 8, please come forth at this time. With motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Dingfelder, do you feel comfortable taking this item, sir?
Sure. Okay. All right, as related to rezoning file 19-36, I'll move an ordinance presented for first reading. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 308 North Howard Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications CG, commercial general, to PD, plan development, business professional, office, provide an effective date, and including any revisions as outlined on the revision sheet for second reading.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption to be held on July 18th, 2019 at 9:30 a.m.
And I should have asked, are you familiar with the revision sheet and you're
Yes,
okay
sir.
with that?
We're all consistent with that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next we go to item number 9.
Yes, Council LaShawn Dock, Planning and Development. Item number 9 is REZ 1937. This is for the property located at 3126 West Felder Street, and the request is from RS50 to PD, Plan Development for Detached Single-Family Residential. The applicant is John Lum and Steve Piccolini.
Good evening, council members. David Hagan with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We are down in the South Tampa Planning District for this next case. The subject site is located within the Bayshore Beautiful neighborhood. The closest recreation facility is the South Tampa Family YMCA. That's approximately 700 yards northeast of the property. The property does have access to transit. There is transit out on Dale Mabry and Gandy Boulevard, and the subject site is within a level B evacuation zone. On to the aerial, there's not much to show here. It's all single-family detached. That's the subject site there on Fielder Street. The South Mound Avenue is located to the west, but it's all single-family detached. The future land use map backs that up. The subject site and all the properties surrounding it are all at that residential 10 future land use category. The applicant is requesting to rezone from that residential single-family 60 to a planned development to allow for the development of 2 single-family detached residential units. This would be compatible infill development within an area that is planned for up to 10 dwelling units per acre under that residential 10 future land use category. The existing density for residential parcels fronting this block of West Fielder Street between South Mound Avenue and South McDill Avenue is 8.3 units per acre. The proposed PD would allow consideration of those 2 single-family detached dwelling units on the subject site for an overall density of 9.5 units per acre, which is consistent with, again, with that residential 10. The proposed planned development will be of a similar form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses. And lastly, the proposed PD is consistent, again, with that anticipated development pattern under that residential 10. Based on those considerations, your Planning Commission staff recommends that the proposed PD be found consistent with the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Dingfelder, do you have any questions, sir?
Yeah, David, would you go back to that first map, the very first one you
The
put
the
up?
vision map.
Yeah. So you put this up a few times tonight. You've got the circles there, and it says rail transit stations.
Yes.
So it's something I'm not aware of yet?
This
or?
is the adopted vision map for the city of Tampa. It basically sets out the ideal vision for the city and represents that at the time that the vision map was referenced in the comp plan, that there is a wish for the city to have some rail in that corridor in the future. There is no known project, though, that has been identified to facilitate that.
So I know you've got a proposed stop down in Port Tampa. Then what? Britton Plaza?
Well, these are just reference, and at the time they were looking at stops down in Port Tampa City and again around the Gandy corridor and using that rail line. But again, it is the vision map. This is non-adopted. It's for reference.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
LaShawn Dock, Planning and Development. And council, the property is currently zoned RS50 residential single family, so this requested PD would allow for single family detached residential development. This site is actually a part of Oak Keller subdivision. So this is the conforming map for it. This is the site that is hatched here. This is Felder Street. This is Mound Avenue, Oak Keller Avenue. And the request would create 2 50-foot wide lots with the following lot area. Lot 12 would consist of 4,536 square feet, and lot 13 would consist of 4,534 square feet. The minimum lot area for RS50 zoning district is 5,000 square feet. With the minimum lot width of 50 feet. So the lots are currently under single ownership. They constitute one zoning lot. This request would allow the platted lots to be reestablished, containing less than the 5,000 square feet through this PD process. So this request would allow for the development of 2 detached single-family residential structures. No waivers are requested with this application. This is the zoning atlas for the property. This is the site, striped in green. This is Felder Street, Mound Avenue, Oak Keller. You can see this site is surrounded with RS50 zoning. with a couple of PDs to the east and then to the southeast. RS-60 is located south of that area. And this is the aerial of the property. That's the site that is outlined in red. This is Felder Street in Oak Color. And it's surrounded with single-family residential development. And this is the site, the west end of the site. That's another view of the site. This is directly east of the site. Another view east. And moving further east. This is coming back around, that's northeast of the site. It's located northeast. This is directly north of the site. Another single-family residential north of the site. This is northwest of the site. This is the view looking west on Felder. And coming back around, this is west of the site. West of the site. And this is directly south of the site. That's on Oak Color. South of the site, there are 2 lots, and one is vacant and one has the single-family residential structure on the site. The DRC staff has reviewed the application, finds the request consistent with applicable land development regulations. In the event City Council approves this request, site plan modifications are required between first and second reading, and I have a site plan revision sheet, which has also been provided to the applicant. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from council? Councilman Dingfelder.
Yeah, again, do you have the multicolored
Yes.
sheet for us?
Yes, I can pass that out also.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further from council? Okay. Applicant?
Good evening, Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner. I think one of the most important things you can look at here is that there's over, well, it says 44%, but I think it's more than that. There's 94. There's 102 lots in this subdivision, and they were platted at 50 feet by 90 feet in depth, and so none of them meet the RS-50 designation, which they're currently zoned. And in our case, we're requesting to split those to create 2 development lots that meet the RS-50 standards and also will meet all of the RS-50 development codes regarding setbacks. We have a couple of conditions that are being requested, and one of them is to realign and remove a sidewalk in the front to protect a 38-inch oak. I'll show you that to you on the site plan here. There's an oak tree in the front where we were showing a sidewalk, and that will be relocated and coordinated with the Natural Resources Department to determine exactly how we deal with that. And then there's 2 other oak trees in the rear that are off-site. But we will still be meeting all of the development setback requirements of the city. We'll be providing 2 car garages for each unit and 2 storage spaces on the outside that are within our property line. You can see the property line is right there. And so we have the apron, and none of the cars will be extending beyond our property line. If you look at the entire subdivision, as I said, there's 102 lots. All of them are 50 feet by 90 feet. There's only a few lots that are double lots. This is one of them. This one was a double lot that was converted as a PD to allow for development. All of the other lots under single ownership could be developed as a single-family residence by right without coming to you. But all of the double lots will have to come to you if they're being redeveloped for single family.
There's a specific criteria that you have to meet regarding the plan development. And the first one is to provide the design and flexibility and promote the plan diversification and integration of the development into the neighborhood. Since most of these properties are already 50 feet wide and developed as 50-foot wide lots, and what we're proposing is the same as those development patterns that already exist. One of the other things is to promote the efficient and sustainable use of the land use and the infrastructure. We have infrastructure that exists there, and again, on this project, like the other projects, if they're found to be insufficient and they need to be upgraded, this property will have to increase the size of the water lines, both on-site and off-site, and they will also have to increase the sewer lines in the event that they aren't sufficient. If the fire department determines that they need additional fire lines or a size increase in fire lines or fire hydrants, they'll have to improve and install those as well. The second item is to allow the integration of different land uses and densities. This does not change the density that was originally proposed here. It's designated as a residential 10, and this is within the residential 10. As the Planning Commission has already determined that and indicated that we were consistent with that. Provide a procedure for which we relate to the design. We will be complying with the same development design that is in the neighborhood already, which is the 50-foot lots and meeting the 50-foot standards. We're not asking for waivers of setbacks, either the front, sides, or rear. Allow that the changes in technology and economics will dictate the development of these properties. The city staff has found that it was also consistent with that. This is a relatively small tract, and it reestablishes, as LaShawn Dock already pointed out, the previous plat and the original development standards that were incorporated into the subdivision at the time. Encourage the flexible use of land development. And then the city has determined that in a PD process we have done that. And for the purposes of design and the maximization of the property and saving the oak, relocating the sidewalk, providing for the infrastructure that's required, that we're meeting that requirement as part of the PD process. Promote and encourage development where appropriate in the location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. I've already pointed out to you, most of the houses in this area are built on 50-foot lots. They don't meet the depth requirement, so it's the depth that's the issue. These are only 90 feet of depth on these properties instead of a traditional 50 by 100. So every one of them is approximately 10 feet short on the depth that's normally required in a residential RS50 designation. Promote the more desirable living and working environments. There are parks available within short walking distance. The infill provides for additional housing, which is badly needed, and it also is compliant with the streetscapes that are already available in this area. Promote the architectural features. There's a redevelopment occurring, and when these single-family homes are coming down, the redevelopment is also encouraging new development, which is intensifying the use of the land, but it's also compatible with the setbacks and the streetscape. If you were driving by, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between this house and any other house developed on the street or within the subdivision. Promote the retention and reuse of the building stock. In this case, it's not the building stock, but rather the property that's being utilized, and we're promoting the reuse of that and the revitalization and reestablishment of the existing subdivision plot, the plans as were established originally. And as I said, when LaShawn went through and determined the designation and whether or not it was compatible with all of the surrounding properties, and when the Planning Commission determined that it was compatible with the land use code, and found it consistent, we agree with that, and we're grateful that that designation was applied for us on this property. And but for the fact that it was 10 feet short on the depth, we wouldn't be here tonight requesting a designation from you for a plan development. I believe that we have met the spirit and the intent of the code and all of its technical specifications, and we respectfully request your approval.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Councilman Dingfelder.
Mr. McLean, I could ask you or staff, looking at as related to the sidewalk, looking at the aerial, I'm not really seeing any indication of sidewalk on either side of Fielder. Is that your observation?
Yes, sir, but we still have to provide one for the code.
Yeah, I know.
They're not there.
My question is, on either side of you, there's no sidewalk, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And there's none across the street either?
There's none in the area now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Fielder at all. Those streets are kind of narrow, and it's unfortunate we aren't developing a sidewalk along there, but, because, there's a lot of traffic running up and down between McDill and Himes, to get to Publix and stuff. But, you've got a big oak tree there, and we want to save the tree too, so, okay. And Ms. Dock, I have one question for you. Thank you, Steve. So Mr. McElhaney's last comment was, but for the fact that this is 50 by 90 instead of 100 by 90 instead of 100 by 100, they wouldn't have to be here. They could just do a lot split or something like that, correct?
Correct. The Shondock Planning and Development, because the property is zoned RS50, residential single family, it requires a minimum lot area of 5,000 square feet to go directly to development. So if you have a 50-foot width, then you need at least 100 feet of depth. So they have the width, they just don't have the depth. And all of the properties were platted that way. They just originally were at, all of these are at, in this block and this block, all the blocks here are 90 feet in depth.
Okay. And I don't want to go into this in great detail. We kind of ran into this recently in an Ebor case, a 90-foot lot, and then they went and said, well, let's vacate the alley. That'll give them an additional 10 feet, and et cetera, and that gave them a buildable lot. So they didn't have to do a PD here. They don't have an alley option, so that's why they're here with the PD. To me, it seems like a bit of waste of a lot of money, because I know a PD costs a fair amount of money and a fair amount of time to go through this. So I'd just like to put in your mind and send back to Ms. Coyle, et cetera.
Sure.
Perhaps that we need to visit these kind of situations. I know we used to have the 80% rule. We got rid of the 80% rule. I'm not necessarily advocating to bring it back, but I think we could be perhaps a little more creative on these types of situations.
Sure.
Anyway, that's just a sort of a big footnote, not specific to this decision, Mr. McElhaney. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along with Mr. Dingfelder's statement on sidewalks, I think about 8 to 12 years ago, somewhere in that span, we did the sidewalk ordinance over again. And as long as Mr. Dingfelder was addressing that, there are no sidewalks on either side of the road. Am I correct?
Correct.
To how far? 2 blocks, 1 block, 5 blocks, 8 blocks?
I don't think Fielder has sidewalks.
Well, that's why because are you required, is the petitioner required to put money into the sidewalk fund or to build the sidewalk?
They're required, go ahead.
We're required to either build it or contribute to the sidewalk in lieu fee.
And the reason we did, and you have to look it up, my mind is not exactly to the date, I knew it was some time back, but I remember, and the reason for this, are we really saying that somebody's gonna see a sidewalk, and in some parts of the city, there's a ditch, and then there's a sidewalk, and it goes 60 feet and it stops. So somebody's gonna jump a ditch, get on the sidewalk, walk 60 feet, and then jump back and walk in the street? It's not you that I'm talking about, I'm talking in theory.
I understand.
So that's what we used way back, but again, I don't remember the date, and I apologize for that. But we did have some amendment to the sidewalk, and there's sidewalks all over the city that you can walk into, and when you get to the end, you hit a wall. There's sidewalks in the city that in the middle of the sidewalk, there's an oak tree. And you walk up, and you gotta stop, you gotta go around the oak tree, go on the street, and get back. There's some that have a utility pole. And because I remember working on that, and I just don't remember the exact date, but it's a cost like you're talking about, and but the money's got to stay that he pays into the sidewalk fund in that district.
In the district.
We did change that. I remember that 100%.
In the district, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, in this case, there are no sidewalks from McDill all the way to Himes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, now time for public comment on item number 9. If anyone here, oh, go ahead, sir. Come forward. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Michael Ashley. I actually live on the street. I just saw my top of my house. I came here to listen more than talk, and that's what I intended to do. And I'm still, I think I had most of my questions answered. A couple things. We do have some sidewalks. They're kind of interspersed. On the McDill side, they extend about a block or two. And then on the Heim side, there aren't really any. And everything new that's been built, all the McMansions and everything, have sidewalks. So there are some. That's not what I'm talking about here. The only thing that really wasn't answered for me, I'll pose as a concern. Fielder's a very narrow street. It's a very sleepy little street. It is difficult to get through it. We literally weave and wait our turn and go around and that sort of thing. The proposal, as I read it, intends to add population density. We're taking one house and making it into two. We're doing that by changing the zoning. That seems to be pretty extreme. It may not affect things dramatically in the short term, but it could be a slippery slope. We're setting a precedent. The first slide that was put up showed exactly what I'm talking about. Everywhere in every direction is all the same. It's all single-family homes. It's all homes with yards and trees. It's a concern. Not really an objection, it's a concern. That's what I wanted to put on the record.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here for public comment on item number 9? Nope. Let's, Mr. Michelini, you have any rebuttal, sir?
It's just noted that, you know, when you do infill, you add a house, you're going to increase some traffic. That's true. We were found to be consistent by the Transportation Department, and we have provided the sufficient parking all on site so that we shouldn't be impacting it dramatically. So we respectfully request your approval. In every case, the Planning Commission staff as well as the city staff have found us to be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a motion to close? Second. We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Carlson, are you comfortable, sir, taking item number 9?
Sure. File number REZ 19-37. Move an ordinance being presented for first reading. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3126 West Fielder Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications RS 50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
And with the revision sheet?
Plus the revision sheet. Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Carlson, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption to be held on July 18th, 2019 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Council.
Next, item number 10.
LaShawn Dock, Planning and Development. Council, item number 10 is REZ 1938. This is for the property located at 3011 West Gandy Boulevard. The property is currently zoned CG Commercial General. The request is for a PD plan development with the uses of residential multifamily and business professional office. The applicant is being represented by Mark Finley.
Good evening, council members. David Hay again with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We're in the South Tampa Planning District again for this next case, more specifically the Bay Shore beautiful neighborhood. This is an identified mixed-use corridor. It is also an identified transit emphasis corridor, the only east-west transit emphasis corridor south of Kennedy. There is currently no transit on this portion of Gandy, but there is transit to the west on South Del Mabry. The subject site is located within a Level B evacuation zone. Here's the subject site right here. It's next to the Yogurtology, which is, this is the intersection of Gandy and McDill. This is the Yogurtology. There is a Walgreens and auto care facility to the south, And then you can see as you move east down Gandy Boulevard, you get, there's a bunch of townhomes and single-family attached residential. To the west, as you head toward South Del Mabry, there is the Bayshore Point Nursing Facility, and there's other CVS, there are other commercial uses on this corridor. Off the Gandy corridor, it's almost exclusively single-family detached to the north, while to the south, there is some single-family attached along the McDill corridor with some scattered light commercial. And again, in the internal neighborhoods are the single-family detached uses. On to the future land use map. The subject site and properties east and west are all that community mixed use 35. There is some scattered community commercial 35 represented by the red. Again, this is the community mixed use 35. It goes down McDill. To the north, it's all exclusively residential 10, represented by that tan color. You get into a more dense pattern over at the intersection of Bayshore and Gandy with some residential 20 and residential 50. On to the Planning Commission staff has reviewed the request and have found that it furthers several comprehensive plan policies. The applicant is proposing to widen the sidewalk on Gandy Boulevard, which is an identified, again, transit emphasis corridor. Those corridors are designated to put uses that are supportive of transit, and development is encouraged to be in a form that transit usage could be utilized in the future. The planned development is also proposing a sensitive design to the single-family residential to the north by stepping back the height of the structure to 35 feet on the north and increasing to 45 feet along Gandy Boulevard, providing an appropriate transition in height. While the main automobile entrance of the development is along Gandy Boulevard, the PD is also proposing a secondary parking garage entrance from the alley, that furthering land use policy 15.3.2, which encourages parking garages where feasible to consider access from an alley. Lastly, the planned development is proposing a vertical integrated mixed-use structure containing a residential and an office use, which is encouraged by the comprehensive plan and promotes the long-term vision of the city's transit emphasis corridors. The mixed-use development is preferred over single-use commercial development, and the applicant is furthering this policy direction of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Overall, the proposed development is consistent with that long-range development pattern envisioned under that community mixed-use 35 future land use category. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that the planned development be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
LaShawn Dock, Planning and Development. And council, this property is located again at 3011 West Gandy Boulevard. The property is zoned CG, Commercial General. So the request is for a PD, Plan Development, for residential multifamily use and business professional office. The site is located east of South McDill Avenue. It's west of Bayshore Boulevard and south of West Hawthorne Road. It's on the north side of West Gandy Boulevard. The development proposes 80 multifamily residential units and 700 square feet of business professional office. The subject property contains approximately 76,863 square feet, or 1.76 acres, and proposes to develop a 4-story structure consisting of 96,700 square feet. So I took the plan and just narrowed it down a little bit, shrunk it down, just to describe the site a little bit to you. So this is Gandy Boulevard. This is the north side of the site. This is the north alley. There's an alley that surrounds the site to the north, and then there's a right-of-way strip to the east. So the structure itself is outlined. This is the gray area. So this site proposes 3 points of access. One is to the south on Gandy, circled, the points of access are circled in red. So this is the one to the south on Gandy. This is the point of access to the north, to the alley. This one is for solid waste collection. The maximum building height is proposed at 32 feet, which is the area that is here in yellow. So the dotted black line is the property line. This is the structure, which is proposed at a 10-foot setback to the north. And then the building height maximum in the yellow is 32 feet. It steps back 24 feet, and the maximum building height at that point forward is 45 feet. The setbacks to the west are 40 feet. Minimum 30 feet is to the east, and an 8-foot minimum to the south. So this site is proposing, while a fence or a wall is not proposed on the boundary of the site, those features are proposed within the site. So the line that you see here that is in blue, that is the proposed privacy wall that's on the site, located inside. On this side, on the west side of the site, is the commercial use that exists, which is the yogurtology, and they already have a wall that is erected along the west. So parking is required at 148 spaces. 138 spaces are provided to include 6 ADA spaces. A waiver is requested for 10 spaces, which is a 7% reduction for the site. So this site is proposing you'd have structured parking on the first and second floors, and then you'd have residential on the second through the fourth floors. This is where the business professional office is proposed to be located. There are certain amenities that are provided within this site. This is a pool area which is located along the south of the site, and all of this is open space area that is proposed with the site. And I have a zoning atlas, a zoning map. So this is the site that's located in green, that is striped. This is Gandy Boulevard. This is McDill, just to orient you on the map. So the property along Gandy is zoned CG. Most of the properties are zoned commercial general. To the north is the residential 60, the RS 60 zoning district. To the south is the RS 75 residential single family. And this is an aerial of the site. So this is the site that's dotted here in red. That's Gandy Boulevard. This is Hawthorne, north of the site. And I have pictures of the site. The site is pretty wide. We're talking a width of 475 feet. So this is starting east on the east side of the site. That's on Gandy, looking at the site. This is another view on Gandy, moving further west. This takes you further west on the site. Now we're near the west end. So this is circling around the site, coming from McDill to the northern alley. This is a view from McDill looking east on that alley to the north. This is another view of the north end of the site on that alley that's looking east. And this is a view from Zion. So this is the alley that's to the east, and this is a view on one of the internal roadways. It's not really a roadway, but because of the development that exists there with the mobile home parks, they kind of use it as a drive. So this is from Zion looking south. That's to Gandy, to the commercial. This is east of the site, which is the single family attached to the east on Gandy. This is your view looking east on Gandy. This is south of the site. This is at the corner of Zion. That's south of the site. Another view south of the site. And this is south or southwest of the site. This is at the corner of McDill. And this is west of the site, northeast corner of McDill and Gandy. Sorry. So this is north of the site. This is on Hawthorne. So this is the view looking east. And then there's single-family residential north of the site. So there are several pictures of the single-family residential that exist along the north. And council, there are several waivers requested with this application. So there are a total of 10 waivers listed. 4 of them are relating to landscaping. One of the waivers that are listed would be removed, and one is regarding a loading space, which is located north of the site. Staff has asked that that be removed, transportation staff, and I can show you that on this. It's located here, and that would be asked to be removed. It's on the site plan. So with that modification, then you'd end up with a total of 9 waivers. The staff report includes findings from staff. It was reviewed by the DRC staff. The staff reviewed the request, found it inconsistent, and you'll see the findings from transportation, natural resources, and planning and development. Should City Council decide to approve this request, site plan modifications are required between first and second reading. And I have a site plan revision sheet. There are some revisions that are listed within the report, but this is the sheet that contains the revisions that are necessary between first and second reading. And council, since this site is heavily wooded, and we have a considerable amount of comments from natural resources. I have Brian Knox here. He's with our Natural Resources Department. I'd like to have him come and speak to the comments he has provided within the staff report, and also he can provide you with his analysis of the site.
Good evening, Council. Brian Knox, City of Tampa Natural Resources. The first iteration of this plan requested 94% of the trees to be removed on the site. Natural Resources objected to the amount of trees requested for removal, and the site plan was revised to request 91% tree removal. Part of that was by shifting the structure further over to the east. To save this tree known as GT2. It's a 65-inch live oak. Overall, the site plan is proposing to preserve 4 palms, the 65-inch grand oak that I just presented, and 120-inch oak located here. Overall, 57 protected trees are proposed for removal, including 4 non-hazardous grand trees. All trees proposed for removal are subject to mitigation as reflected on the proposed plan. Just to give you a cap of, there's 8 total grand trees on this site. The ones highlighted in red, those are hazardous trees. The ones highlighted in green, those are non-hazardous that are proposed to be removed. The tree shown here, once again in yellow, is the grand tree proposed to be preserved. In the attempt to preserve the grand tree, labeled as grand tree number 2, the second submittal of the proposed plan shifted the building to the east, providing approximately 27 feet for the grand tree's protected radius. There was a second on-site meeting to address the pruning required from the shift of the building. After that, Natural Resources requested additional information to determine the impacts to the canopy after pruning. We have received the requested information, but the information has not been reflected on the site plan tonight, nor have we had the opportunity to review the information in time for this public hearing. Just to recap the waivers, Natural Resources found it inconsistent because there's 4 non-hazardous grand trees. There's a waiver request to allow payments into the tree trust fund due to lack of green space to plant the tree table trees. Also, there's a waiver request for the reduction in multifamily green space per unit. That's subject to landscape in lieu. Also, there's a reduction in vehicular use area green space, which is also subject to landscape in lieu fees. And also, there's a reduction in the retention of the site. This site is over an acre. 50% minimum of the trees are required to be preserved. They're reducing that retention from 50% to 91%. Natural Resources staff is available if there are questions.
Thank you, sir. Educate me on when you say hazardous and non-hazardous.
Okay, so a hazardous tree, we have a grand tree evaluation form. By definition, in our recent code, C9 would be considered a hazardous tree. So anything that's rated C9 or greater would be considered hazardous. And just to do a quick course in our rating system, A is considered just no potential hazards. B are minor hazards. C are some major defects, but you can still save it. D is considered extremely hazardous, and F is considered dead. And so within that, there are three criteria also, and those are the point systems. And those are target, potential for failure, and location. And so with this one, those three red trees are the trees that are highlighted in red. Those were considered to be hazardous by Natural Resources and the applicant's arborist of record, Joseph.
So you have photographs of the healthy grand trees that we're talking about?
I do. Yep. Part of these are from the photos from the applicant's exhibit. This is the non-hazardous grand tree located in the northwest corner known as GT2. That one is right next to Yogurtology. Some of the canopy actually goes into Yogurtology's parcel.
And that's the one being saved?
That's the one that's proposed for preservation, that's correct.
And the others?
All right.
The ones that are proposed to be taken out?
All right, this is grand tree number 17. So grand tree number 17 is located right here.
Is that live oak or laurel oak?
It's live oak. So,
what's that rating?
So this one's rated I believe this one's rated B8 by our arborist, David Riley.
B8?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And some of the others, I know you got a cluster there, sort of toward the middle.
Yep. So this one also rated the same. These two were very similar. This one, it had some defects. There was a large canopy. There was a large cavity in the back. There was a lean on this tree as well. So we rated that one a little higher at C. And these were deemed hazardous just due to cavities. We didn't formally rate those, the ones that were in red, but they were deemed hazardous just based on their condition of cavities and other issues involving limbs and poor compartmentalization and structure.
Okay. And do we have this drawing, or in our? I don't see this in our materials. This document.
Okay. This was just this was marked up for our exhibit, but I can add that to the record if you'd like.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I had a few questions for Ms. Dock. I had a few questions for Ms. Dock.
And before, if I may, Councilman Dingfelder, just very, well, you know what? Go ahead, do your questions, and I got a question. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I'll defer
No,
to Mr.
It is
Chairman.
sheet.
Oh, no, by
Councilman
all means, I
Dingfelder,
defer to
it is
Mr.
sheet two.
It's a
In
sheet
your
there.
site plan.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Dock, on the site plan, the dumpster access is on the rear, on the alley, closest to the Hawthorne residence?
Yes.
And that's a commercial dumpster, I would assume? I mean, it's not individual blue cans, right? It's,
I think, are you using, what type? Oh, it's within the building and they will roll it out. They
right,
would
but
keep it
it's a,
contained within.
but it's a dumpster.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any limitations on, in terms of hours of operation for the city to come pick up that dumpster?
I mean, I don't know the exact hours of operation. You can request pickup at a certain time, but I don't know that there's specific hours.
Dumpsters back there now.
Well,
Oh, there are dumpsters there.
I'm sorry?
There are dumpsters currently on the alley.
Okay. Well, Mr. Bentley.
I just don't know when
Mr.
they're
Bentley
being
can
picked up.
present that later, but
Mhm.
we're talking about a new project. But, so that.
So are
but-
you asking the time it would be picked up with this
No.
project, or?
I guess, no, I'm
Could it-
saying the site plan doesn't show any limitations, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Also looking at the site plan, it looks like there are some balconies that, maybe fourth floor or third floor balconies that look to the north at a
On
fairly.
the elevations.
Mhm, at the elevations, yeah. Y'all seeing that too?
Which,
I'm just trying to confirm what I saw, as related to the elevations.
I believe there are outdoor areas on the north
Okay.
for the residential proposed.
And going back to the tree issue, one other question on zoning. Do we know the history of this? Why or how did it become CG? Because this has been multifamily ever since, I've probably been born in terms of being a multifamily mobile home park. How did it become CG? Do we know?
It was CG, it was previously C1 under Chapter 43. So along that strip of Gandy, it had that commercial, even though it had historically been residential.
Mhm. So some sort of zoning conformance or something, or?
It must have happened during that time and just had that strip of Gandy heading west
Okay.
as commercial.
And then going back to the tree issue, I know the prior council, 3 members are here today, did a significant overhaul of the tree code. Does that overhaul impact today's evaluation of the trees?
For today's evaluation, it doesn't. It will impact at the time of permitting.
Okay, can you further that a little bit?
So as of now, the tree table as it stands on the site plan will be evaluated. The site plan will be evaluated per the tree table that's on the rezoning. If there's any additional information that will be produced with the addition of the new code, we will evaluate it under that at the time of permitting. But for the most part, the tree table is probably the most central focus issue for us, and that will apply based on the rezoning.
Okay, but in
So
regard to the fact that this is a commercial zone property, is there some sort of blanket waiver that says we can eliminate grand trees on commercial property, commercial zone property, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay.
So, Councilman, at the time of submittal, this was reviewed under the old code. The new code had not been adopted.
Mhm.
So there are some aspects, if the applicant, at the time of permitting, one of the things that was reviewed with the applicant was the option of, at the time of permitting, let's say if you wanted to plant trees on another property that's within your planning district. Certain aspects of the new code, if it is beneficial, they can apply at the time of permitting. But when this was submitted, that new code was not adopted, so everything was reviewed under the current code, the old code.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes, sir. And anyone else have any questions? I had a quick question. There was something that was submitted that staff didn't get a chance to vet or review, or did I hear something?
Yes, that's correct. There was a canopy pruning analysis that we asked for in the second submittal, and we just didn't have enough time to review it. And so we had it in our possession, we didn't have enough time to review it.
Okay, I guess if we approve this between now and second reading, if we approve it, is that something that can be done, or?
We can try.
Okay.
And there's a lot of factors involved, and
Sure.
so I can't answer that for certain.
I get it. Ms. Kirk?
Rebecca Pitt, Legal Department. If that analysis came up with some new conclusions, no changes can be made between first and second reading except those that are directed tonight.
Yeah.
So if any new information came up, it would be presented to you at second reading. You'd have to go back to first reading if it dictated changes.
I get
Not
it.
saying that it would.
Okay.
But if it did.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, applicant. Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Carlson.
Just a quick question for natural resource. In the analysis, sorry, this is a newbie question. In the analysis that you all do on trees, do you look at how it affects or impacts the surrounding area or the surrounding neighbors? Like, is there any impact on the houses north of the property?
We do analysis in terms of impacts to the neighboring properties. In this scenario, those are for off-site trees. And so by off-site, I mean trees that are in the right-of-way. Those were the primary concerns for this property.
Does the current canopy of these trees cover or go into any of the right-of-way in the houses to the north?
So there's a 27 and a 29-inch tree here that serves as a buffer for the property north over on Hawthorne. And there's a 30-inch oak here where the majority of the canopy extends into the neighboring property. So those would be the three trees that would be a concern in terms of canopy for the neighboring properties.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take this opportunity at this point to ask that all written communications relative to tonight's hearings, which have been available for public inspection in City Council's office, be received and filed into the record at this time.
Second. We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, a second, I believe, by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bentley, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of council. My name is Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa 33602, and I'm very pleased to be here on behalf of Blue Line Residential to present this mixed-use project. Before I get started, there are some very complex technical issues. I think you can imagine dealing with not only the trees, the design, also there's an obligation imposed on us to rebuild an alley and Zion Street. So I'd request 5 additional minutes, if that's okay.
I have no objection to that, given this issue, but any
Neither
thoughts?
do I, but I think we give it at the end, not in the beginning.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
We'll do what we can. So just a couple points before I get started. Mr. Knox alluded to these 2 trees here, which block the view of the subject property for 2 neighbors. We've negotiated with Transportation Department to redesign the alley to preserve those. Those are staying, and we'll show you the pictures, Mr. Carlson. Also, this clump of trees here, likewise, that's being preserved. That provides a buffer to the condo project to the east, along with this one property owner up here. I think it's Ms. Bachman. I could be wrong on the name. Also, with respect to we're subject to the new tree ordinance that council passed a few weeks ago. And with respect to grand trees, the standard for non-residential, it says grand tree may be rendered hazardous due to impacts of certain construction activity, and including proposed building footprint of a building, which adheres to the standard setbacks, would impact the structural stability of the trees, and the applicant has demonstrated there's no other reasonable reconfiguration of the applicable proposed development. Then they talk about reasonable reconfiguration, and it says that doesn't include reducing stories. So you'll see once we get through this with our arborist and our land use planner, is that unfortunately these 2 grand trees are right in the heart of the property. So whether we develop the property for this project or it's developed for a village inn or not developed, you're going to hear testimony from our expert that just the sheer removal of mobile homes and removal of the paths, the roads, utilities, and things like that. And I think you saw some of these photos, the utility lines going through these trees, is that they've been severely impacted over the last 50 years. And Mr. Dingfelder, it's my understanding that this park predated the zoning code for this area, so it's kind of, it was a grandfathered in situation. That's my understanding of the history. So a couple other things. Mr. Knox indicated on page 4, and you all just had some discussion on that, his staff had requested additional information concerning the canopy impact analysis for tree number 2 next to Yogurtology. That's a 65-inch grant. We're saving, and we saved it by moving the building 29 feet to the east. On May 29th, our arborist and Mr. Knox and some other city representatives met out in the field to talk about the trimming of that particular tree. And then they requested this analysis. So that was May 29th. On May 30th, we supplied it to Mr. Knox and his team. So they've had it for, I guess, a couple weeks anyhow. And if you look at your staff report, it says that the condition on the analysis was that it shall be supplied to the staff between first and second reading. And we've done it already 2 weeks in advance, okay? So the implication, Mr. Vieira, and the question you asked is, can you do it between first and second? The staff report says that that was their intent to do that. And they've had it for a while. And I know this isn't the only project these guys have, and I understand it. Okay. And we had proposed a zoning condition that I gave to Ms. Dock concerning some additional screening that we'll talk about later on. And there's really relates to some of the buffering. There's certain size plants you're supposed to provide, and we're going to double up on that and increase the heights, and Mr. Samnick will talk about that. What I'd like to do is introduce one of the principals of Blue Line Residential, Mr. Ruslan Fedotenko. Ruslan is a resident of South Tampa, and he just built a new home not too far from here in Ballast Point, and he intends to maintain ownership of the project. And he's not going to flip it. That's not his intention. You may remember Ruslan is a member of the Tampa Bay Lightning. In fact, when they won the Stanley Cup in 2004, in the 7th game in Calgary, they won the game 2-1 in the 7th game, and Ruslan scored both goals. So it doesn't get any cooler than that. But he didn't ask me to say that, believe me. I just thought that was really an interesting story. But Ruslan would like to introduce himself to council and just take a minute and talk about the project and his intention. Okay?
Thank you, Mark. Sure. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Ruslan Fedotenko, and I've been sworn in. I'll keep it nice and short there because I'll let the expert talk about this project also. After retiring 3 years ago from successful career in NHL, I knew I would want to return to Tampa and make this as my permanent home. In fact, I live just a few blocks from this project. As some of, sorry, a little bit nervous about the English is not my first language. And someone who is enjoying living in this city, I am fully invested in making our community the best it can be. For years, I have been passed through the proposed project site and dream of what we can potentially build in this project and develop. Tonight, I'm excited to present to you the product of those dreams, the results of months of hard work with our team and also with the city staff. The design also reflects the many changes we have made after consulting with adjacent neighbors on numerous occasions. We believe we have come up with the design that we'll be all proud of. I have partnered on this project with Paul Weiser, a local custom builder who brings this exceptional mixed-use product to the Gandy corridor. We have designed a boutique apartment building with which will provide a high level of design and amenities. Our target audience will be young to middle-aged professionals who would like to live in South Tampa. Of greatest importance as you make your decision tonight, that is, this project, our company will be keeping it. We're not trying to sell and flip it. So with that, it will be a reflection of ourselves with this community, and for those reasons, we'll take a great pride of making the project the best it can be for ourselves, for future tenants, for neighbors, for a city. Of that, I can assure you. With this, I hope you will share the same vision with us, and you could move forward to making this project a reality. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Sorry about that. A little bit nervous about that. A little bit harder than just playing hockey.
No, that was great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Just to back up a second, is that the tree survey it's already a zoning condition. It's in the staff report about the redesign of Zion Street and the alley to preserve these. Okay, so that's already a commitment, and it's been vetted out by transportation. They're off-site trees we're saving, so we don't get any credit naturally for doing that. Just a couple points, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Carnegie. Mention to council that the property, and you've already talked about this, is Zone CG, which allows mini storage, restaurants, fast food, numerous intensive uses as of right without any rezoning at a height of 45 feet. And actually you can get up to 65 feet administratively, and an FAR of 1.0. That would allow an 80,000 square foot strip center, for example, assuming you met all performance standards. Using half of this square footage during the PM peak hour, 4 to 6 p.m., it would generate 260 vehicles. If there were 2 fast food places there, there'd be 235 vehicles versus our 36 vehicles during the same time frame. So you're looking at 268, 235 versus 36. We also took a look at, and you'll hear from our transportation planner, Mike Yates, is that what if you did 50 units instead of 80 units? Would that have any impact in terms of transportation impact? And the answer is no. The only difference would be 23 trips between that 4 to 6 p.m. period. So this is a very low generator, and probably the worst case scenario, or one of the worst case scenarios for the neighbors to the north, is to have it develop as commercial, as there would be substantial traffic, noise, smell, and other adverse impacts. The next witness we have is Adam Carnegie, AICP. He's a principal at Stantec in Tampa. Adam has a master's in urban regional planning from Rutgers University, and he's been a professional planner in AICP for about 35 years. Adam?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Council. Adam Carnegie with Stantec, 777 South Harbor Island Boulevard in Tampa. I've been sworn. I'm the applicant's planner, has been explained. If we could have the PowerPoint, please. I just wanted to discuss for you during my presentation and clarify a few issues. What the project proposal is, how and why the proposal is consistent with the plan and your regulations, how it's protective of the adjacent neighborhood, especially on that point. And my report and presentation has been submitted into the record as well, so you can consult with that further. There are really 2 land use concerns other than the traffic issues, which Mike Yates will address, and other than a lot of the detailed tree issues, which our arborists will address. One is intensity, and the second is the screening and visual impact of the project. The preservation of trees on the site, especially from the standpoint of the adjacent neighbors, is really an issue of visual impact. With the 2 uses that are proposed, the project is entitled to consideration at an FAR of up to, trying to advance this. Let's see, will that work? Perhaps it's government. Do you have any ideas about how to get this to work?
Let's
Okay.
stop the
It worked.
timer.
It worked before. Okay, thank you. There you go. Some
Okay,
magic
back on.
happens. So as this slide kind of summarizes, that with the two uses, we have a right to apply for up to 1.5 FAR and 5 stories. That's specifically spelled out for the CMU 35 category. And we first met with staff. They were, encouraging they were encouraging us to look at as many stories as we could. It's a transit-oriented corridor. We recognizing the adjacent uses, we reduced our plans to 4 stories only, with a building step back that I'll further go into. And our FAR is at 1.26. So we're nowhere near the maximum that could be considered. Next, this is really compatible development considering the Gandhi mixed-use corridor. As you see here in your own comprehensive plan, your own adopted policy, Gandhi is a transit emphasis corridor, as the Planning Commission has explained. And the language used in the plan is that it's suitable for redevelopment and intensification. Now, that doesn't mean unlimited intensification. It means, kind of very careful intensification, and we'll show you how we've done that. The Gandhi mixed-use corridor we are a part of it. We're not intruding within the neighborhood to the north. We're at the periphery of that neighborhood, and this is exactly the kind of situation where intensification can work if it's thoughtfully done. Here you see Gandhi Boulevard. It's clearly highly commercialized. There's the existing mobile home park. You see it's really kind of in disarray, multiple land development code violations. This, on the other hand, is what the Gandhi Boulevard will look like. This is looking east on Gandhi. The dotted line you see there is the area of the office. There's been some concern that we're using the office to kind of increase intensity in a way that wasn't merited. I beg to differ. My professional opinion is that with this very prominent location of office, this is a real legitimate mixed-use project, and so the 1.26 FAR, which is less than the 1.5, is merited. We're kind of pointing here to the kind of situation on the ground with respect to existing screening along the northern alley. And I wanted to show you pictures because they're a combination of large trees on the properties to the north, which you see kind of highlighted on the left picture. That's taken from our property, but as you can see, that tree's on an adjacent northerly property to the north. There's a 10-foot wall which extends the entire length of the alley, the north side of the alley, which is an existing screen. And then there are several structures which are at the rear of those properties, which also provides real important and effective visual screening.
If I may, sir, just stop for a second. Do you have a motion for 5 extra minutes?
So moved.
We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another picture shows existing screening. This, I think, is the Sevier property looking south onto our site. As you can see, all of these trees, they're either on the right-hand side on adjacent property with a canopy extending onto the property, or in the case of the oval which you see to the left, those are the 2 oaks that we're going to be preserving through creative alley design, which we had to work very hard with city staff in advance to get done. This is another picture from the Bachman property at our northeast corner. There you can see there's a lot of trees not only on site, but in the middle, that canopy that you're seeing, that's the 30-inch oak and the cluster of trees on Zion Street that we're also successfully going to be preserving, and that's part of the plan that's already approved by transportation. The building step back does not create an issue, as you see on the top, which is the CG option, by which that sight line, which you see in red, would be more of an issue for the neighbors. Instead, by stepping it back, we're really at the green sight line. Now you can hear a lot of discussion about there's going to be a visual impact. I provided this to you because these are scale drawings which allow you to see the objective evaluation of what sight lines would be and how they compare to what could otherwise be developed on the site. So our proposed development is on the lower portion with the setback, the step back shown by the yellow arrow. This is another way to look at it. Not only do we have that step back, which you see on the left, the 32 rising to the 45, the green sight line, but if you see where that green sight line falls, even on the top right picture, an adjacent single-family home with 35-foot height would be greater than, from the standpoint of sightline, would have a greater visual impact than our proposed development. This is a summary of what we're going to do with the alley, and that gray line, that gray area you see is the alley as the Transportation Department has already approved it. You see that we are saving a tree on site on the western portion of our site, the arrow pointing to it and the green circle. The 2 trees we mentioned on the north side of the alley and the cluster of trees on the east side. Furthermore, and importantly, you see that blue arrow which shows a northbound to eastbound turning movement on the alley. We're going to have limit directional movement on that alley so that exiting traffic can only go east onto Gandy, and Mike Yates will explain how that will work and help in terms of compatibility. The shift to the east on the building that Mr. Bentley talked about is saving the tree you see on the west side. That's a 65-inch best specimen tree of all the grants that are on the property. It's an incredibly important tree preservation act on our part, and it also will preserve some additional palms along Gandy. This kind of summarizes tree preservation. The important point in this slide that I want you to kind of lock in is that you have the core of the building envelope, which is the area within which we are having to remove trees. Any redevelopment of the site, it's only 160 feet deep from Gandy to the alley. Any redevelopment is going to have to look closely at removing those trees and will likely have to remove those trees. We certainly have to, and that's in the core of the building envelope. As you see in caps there on the last bullet, any redevelopment will do that, and the bullet just above it talks about the new tree ordinance, which is new policy by the city, requiring that allowing you to remove trees if you could not reasonably reconfigure the property. We can't rotate the building on its axis. We can't shrink the building without destroying the program. This is an essential element for us, and that's why we have to ask for the waiver. All PDs have waivers, and they should have waivers because they deviate from the standards. This shows the additional red cedar screening that we're talking about to fill gaps. 65-gallon red cedars. We're going to install those. Then we also, just in summary, you can see there that the existing screening as well as the additional screening and the tree preservation are all important items that we're going to implement to make this project compatible with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I had 2 other people I thought were important, like 2 minutes each, but one of them is Joe Salmon, who actually helped write your tree ordinance sitting behind me. And I think the tree issue is very important. He could shed some light on it, and then Mr. Yates. So we're looking at 5 minutes tops, and I promise.
Pleasure of council. 5 more minutes.
Chairman, I just want to make sure that from the amount of crowd that's here, I don't mind giving 5 more minutes if we go on and give the other side equal or longer time.
I was going to say that, which is, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and while it's not a free-for-all under public comment, et cetera, we will be, reasonably liberal. So let's do, okay. We have a motion. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Any opposed?
Did you say good for the goose, good for the Gandy?
No.
Gandy.
May have been a slip.
Sorry. Little levity for the crowd.
Good evening. My name's Joe Samnick. I'm a consulting arborist, 1499 19th Street in beautiful, historic downtown Palm Harbor, Florida. I have been sworn in. So I'm here to talk regarding the science of the trees subject to this matter. So I say this. 2 internationally certified arborists working independently of one another went in and analyzed each and every tree. Both arborists came up with 50% of the trees being bad trees, structurally, with structural defects and health defects. So half of the trees there are not good. Half of the trees there are not viable. But the big concern is the development. And I wanted to think of a scenario that might ring truer to what's happening as it relates to the science with these trees. So here it is. We're going to take a scenario where no development takes place on this parcel. None. Nothing is built, ever. Not even a men's room and a ladies' room, not even a drinking fountain. No pathways, nothing. And we're going to convert it to a passive park. Nothing will be built on it. The moment that the mobile homes that are there now are taken off the property, you will lose every tree on the property. No tree will make it. None. Zero. Zilch. None. The mobile homes are no longer mobile. They are rectangular boxes. They cannot be pushed. They cannot be pulled. This is the third time I have been associated with the dismantling of a mobile home park, and it looks like a war zone. So you're going to have to bring in tractor trailers that move 18 wheels down highways to hook onto these mobile homes. The minute you pull them, the axles fall off. These homes are 30, 40, 50 years old. The axles they're rusted. They don't work. The tires aren't there anymore. They have to be dragged off their moorings. And when they're dragged off their moorings, they're going to rip into the ground a foot, 18 inches, 2 feet. You cannot turn these mobile homes. So they're going to have to be pushed to make a turn. And that's going to have to be done with front end loaders. Gentlemen, the trees are just not going to survive this. Why? Now we have compacted soils. We have cement slabs that the mobile homes are sitting upon and that are next to the mobile homes. These cement pads have to be torn up with front end loaders and heavy equipment. The roots of these trees are going to get destroyed. So let's take a close look at a couple of grand trees that my good friends and colleagues with natural resources asked the developer to consider for preservation. So here's one of those trees. This is a tree that is not hazardous. This is a grand tree that Mr. Dingfelder asked Mr. Knox if he had a picture of. This is grand tree number 36. I put the tag numbers in all of these trees. So as you look at this tree, you're going to immediately notice some things. This mobile home cannot be pulled this way because there's a grand tree in front of it. So it's got to be dragged to the north. And to the north is a cement block wall, the neighboring wall, where two big trees totaling over 50 inches in diameter are going to be preserved at a cost of $30,000. This client's putting more money into preserving trees than most people put in their landscape.
And if I may, sir, just stop the clock for 1 second. Mr. Bentley, you said you had 2 speakers, correct?
Yeah, it looks like we're not going to make it with transportation,
well,
but if you have any questions on traffic, he's available.
No, I'm fine. In other words, to use your time wisely.
May I ask a question without the time?
Yeah, without the
question. I understand what you're saying about the mobile homes, and at one time in my life, I ran one of the largest mobile home operations in the country. I have to disagree with you. First of all, you're not going to save the mobile homes. Are you going to save them?
No,
Why are you taking them off? Why are you? And then my question to you, sir, is why are you dragging them off when you can just tear them apart right there without damaging anything?
How are you going to tear them apart, sir?
Those things are made out of, if they're that old already, the inside of it, it's
plywood.
Plywood, not even plywood, more likely plywood compressed.
Okay.
On the floor, the sides of it, aluminum is taken off by rivets. They got rivets. You can take them off. You can dismantle a mobile home in 1 day. 1 day.
Sure.
And if you wanted to move them, sir, I used to have to do this, not personally, I used to have to pay somebody to do it. Take the axles off, put in new axles and tires, and move it, bring the axle back, get the next one.
Still gotta bust up the cement, sir.
I don't believe so.
How are we gonna put anything there if you don't take the cement
tree,
pads
the
out?
canopy of that tree goes about 15 or 20 feet out, the roots. And what I'm saying is, the mobile homes can be dismantled without moving them. You can cut up the frame. The frames are made out of steel. You can cut them up in pieces and move them out.
Fine,
I've done
sir.
that. I've had that paid. I paid somebody to do that before.
And sir, I got you 100% and I believe you 100%.
What I'm saying is there's other options instead of the one option that you brought up.
All right? What do we do with the cement pads?
I'm not talking about the cement pad. I'm
Okay.
talking about the trees.
I understand, sir, but with all due respect, I will certainly bow to your knowledge. I've been a consulting arborist on 2 mobile homes.
I'm not an arborist. I'm not discussing
No,
with
no,
the
no.
arborist.
No, I bow to you. If you say that homes can be dismantled, fine. I stand corrected. The homes can be dismantled. You still need heavy equipment to carry it out. You still have to bust up the cement pads. And sir, the trees have already been impacted by all of this. When these, right now, you've got mobile homes sitting over root systems. Never mind how you can get them out. You're right, I'm wrong.
No, I didn't say I was right and wrong. I just made there's other options.
No, and
I never
thank you
said
for
were
doing
wrong.
that.
I said there's other options. I want to clear the record perfectly. So they can't say that I said that that's the only way to do it. I didn't say that. There's other options.
Very good, sir. There's other options that I didn't note and you did. Nonetheless, we've got cement pads that are there that have to come out with any development. A passive part, no matter what you're gonna put there, you gotta take the cement pads out.
Can you
But
tell
more
me the depth
importantly.
of the cement pad?
Sure.
How many inches is the cement? And what's the
the one-
PSI in the cement?
I'm sorry, sir?
The pressure, the PSI in the cement and the size of, amount of cement on the slab.
I don't know the
4
P-
inches, 6 inches, or 8 inches?
I thought I saw 6, sir.
I'm not disputing it, I'm just asking.
Yeah, but it's gotta be busted up.
Thank you.
And that's gonna have to be done with equipment. But I think that another thing that we need to remember is that with the condition of the trees, half of them being bad, and at least half of the grand oak trees being hazards, we already know that these trees have been negatively affected by the mobile homes sitting over the root systems and the cement slabs sitting over the root systems.
I'm not disagreeing and I'm debating, I'm just bringing up the facts. Some may be bad, some may be not so good, but what happens to the ones that are perfect? Or near perfect, or near a lifespan of 50 years?
As it relates to the trees, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I didn't see that. They may be there, I didn't see that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, clock. Okay, your time continues, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And you are dressed about as dapper as Cary Grant, so.
Mike?
Good evening, Michael Yates, White House Group. I'll walk through the transportation real briefly. I know Mark Bentley already went through the trip generation, so I just want to talk a little bit about the access for the project and site circulation. What we have is a driveway on Gandy Boulevard. This will be right in, right out.
Okay, obviously, sir, your time is up.
I
you know,
understand.
my opinion is it's up. You know, given 10 minutes. Thank you. Yes, sir. And any questions of the applicant from council at this time? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. Mr. Carnegie?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We've known each other a long time. I respect your credentials and your professionalism, AICP, et cetera. Two of the things when I look at the design that I've mentioned earlier jump out at me. Number one is the dumpster on the back side. Mr. Bentley sort of rebutted early on, well, there's already existing dumpsters. Well, that doesn't make it better. That doesn't make it good design. You know, anytime I've ever run for council, I always said I'm not against new development. I just want good development. I want quality development. I want the best possible development for our community. So, the dumpster jumped out at me, and like, why can't it be on one side, you know, on one side or the other, or even on the street, even on the Gandy side, as opposed to imposing the dumpster noise toward the north, toward those folks. Number one, and number two is I thought I saw balconies looking to the north. And again, if I'm some of these adjacent neighbors on Hawthorne with the swimming pools, and they're currently very private backyards, I'm not sure I'm gonna be real keen on balconies overlooking. And especially, especially if they're rentals, I don't know how critical the balconies are. So those are just sort of two design questions I had specifically for you, Mr. Carnegie.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Dingfelder. The first question on solid waste is we looked at a number of different options. Instead of having roll-off containers, which would require which would basically make the building taller, because then the first floor would have to have over 20 feet of clearance to allow for that kind of machinery. We're having a more manual system by which you have a closed door to the alley, so there's no noise emanating to the alley on a normal basis. Occasionally, during times of pickup, 4 cubic yard containers will be rolled out onto an area in the alley, and the truck which now uses the alley, and you don't hear the neighbors, I haven't heard the neighbors complaining about the existing use, and there are 5 such containers right now. This would reduce it into one consolidated pickup point instead of having the pickup points be spread across the entire frontage of the alley. So you limit it geographically. You have agreed, just certain times of days when it would be picked up, and that's a matter for city solid waste. We don't control that, unfortunately.
Well, that's my concern.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Well, we certainly would be willing to go ahead.
If city solid waste says they want to come at 6:30 in the morning to pick up dumpsters, then to me we have a bit of a problem.
We're happy to entertain any time limitations that can work for the city.
I don't
I mean,
know that
we
that's
haven't
how-
proposed any, and nobody has asked us to propose any. It's never been a concern raised. But anyway, we roll out manually. You have a front loader dump the materials into the truck, and the truck can go out. And all the turning radii have been evaluated for the new alley configuration to have that happen.
How about-
On the balconies?
Okay, one other thought, and as related to loading and unloading, because you mentioned it. How about literally, where do people move in and out of this building? Is there a loading dock, and is that also on the rear?
Okay. We had a loading area which the city has asked us to take off, okay, by widening the alley. We understand that. We actually read the code to mean that a loading berth was required. And so we had one parallel for a box truck to allow for moving out. What we've done in our alley negotiations with Cal Hardy is we have had vetted and preliminary approved, subject to final micro design during engineering, 3 parking spaces on the Zion Street side. And I can pull that out and show it to you in a second here. That will allow for those 3 parking spaces can be used intermittently for loading. So here's the alley design that we're talking about, and here are the parking spaces that we were able to negotiate, off-street parking spaces. Now, we're also open to continuing to have loading area on this side if city staff takes direction from council to allow for it. And the way that discussion went, Mr. Dingfelder, it was kind of strange. It was, we said there is a requirement for 1 loading berth. City staff said there isn't. We asked for a waiver to make it a different dimension. Just a different dimension that would work, but wasn't as big as the code required. They said, take off that waiver and take off the requirement. Okay, we're happy to put on a loading berth back there. We think it's a good idea. Apparently staff thinks it's something that should come up.
Well, I guess, again, my concern from a noise perspective is, it seems to me that you're building an 80-unit apartment complex. You need a loading area close to your elevator. But I would say from a noise perspective, and I'm not an architect, that loading area should be someplace that's, you know, that's not going to impact the northern residents. I'm not trying to design the building per se, but that just from a mitigation perspective, that would seem to be a neighborly thing to do.
Well, perhaps then, you know, we can more clearly identify these parking spaces, which are, you know, close to the core of the building, what I'm identifying there as parking/loading. We'd be happy to do that. I think it might work. We'll just have to look at the building design and have a break in that low wall there so that folks can simply move stuff in.
Okay, balconies.
Balconies. The rear of the building, which you cannot see schematically here, has setbacks. Yes, there are balconies there, and they're important to the look and feel of the project from the residents' perspective.
You had a picture.
Yeah, go ahead.
You had a picture that showed from the rear, that shows the balconies.
Yeah. I think that was on the PowerPoint. Let me just pull that out for you. Where it had also had the screening, the trees. Are you referring to this? Will that work? So on the third floor, not the fourth floor, except on the wings, we do have private spaces for use by residents. Now, what I want to emphasize, which probably escaped you the first time, is this, based on, you know, photographs taken from the neighbors' properties, Mr. Dingfelder, is what the screening already is from those properties. We're lucky enough to have mature trees in those yards. We're lucky enough to have a 10-foot wall that is on the north side of the alley, and we're lucky enough to have worked with a very helpful staff to allow us to modify the alley to preserve additional trees on our site, the 20-inch oak, and on the north side of the alley. So these are examples of the kind of canopy that will remain. For example, the canopy that I'm circling here, that's exactly the canopy of the 23 and the the 26 and 29 oaks, if I recall correctly. That there. This large canopy branch here and so on, that's from an adjacent property, so that won't be impacted at all. So as you think about balconies, I think you need to look at it in a holistic sense, including the fact that there is this exquisite screening that's already there, which we're further supplementing, by the way, by adding 65-gallon red cedars, which you see here on our northern building face. And again, from a sightline perspective, you can see how the sightline is really mitigated by trees to scale. And so these balconies, especially because of the step back, put some distance and gives us screening. Remember also, Mr. Dingfelder, there's a 20-foot alley there that is separation that kind of is compliments of the city.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Goods.
I know you can't find that photo for me. That photo with they had the pools in the backyards. And I'm looking at the setbacks here, so when I'm looking at this building, we're saying that.
Here's house.
On the northern portion. Not that one. It probably was the area that showed the 4 or 5 swimming pools in the backyard from where the property was built at.
Yeah. mean, point well taken. I mean, I don't think we have an area that shows that
Right,
conveniently,
my-
but there are backyard uses.
Because
yes.
my concern was looking at that backyard use with all those pools. Privacy becomes an issue, but I want to make sure you're saying that the screens that are already here with these trees here, and the way you have this setback, folks will not be able to look over into all these backyards, these pools, these adjacent residents for the north side.
That is correct, and I mean,
That's a real concern for me.
What's that?
That's a real concern for me. That's why I want to
I
ask.
understand. It is correct because, I mean, you may hear testimony that won't happen and so on. All we can do is provide you with facts. We could just provide you with pictures. You're smart enough to make those decisions to determine whether or not the screening we've showed you photos of is sufficient to accomplish that objective. It's a worthy objective. We believe in it as well as you do, and we think it's accomplished.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? I have a question, and this may not be relevant for purposes of our decision today, but just out of curiosity, are people presently living there now, or?
In the mobile home park?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, just out of curiosity, what sort of standards apply legally with regards to moving folks, et cetera? We hear a lot about trees.
Forgive me for interrupting, but just to let you know, relocation of mobile home parks and the like is governed by Florida statutes. I believe it's Section 724.
I would think so, sure.
And I don't believe that's, I understand your curiosity, I respect that, but I believe it's beyond the scope of this particular hearing, so I'd add.
Just curiosity.
Yeah, and I prefaced my question by saying that it would have no bearing.
That may be true, but the question is, I don't know what effect it might have upon your colleagues with regard to the decision. So I'm just going to just ask counsel just to be cautious.
No council member has anything on my vote, none of it.
Yeah. Can everyone certify that my question will not prejudice them?
Not prejudice.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, let me ask you this. I'm not going to ask in terms of what's been done. Just from my own curiosity, what's the governing statute? If you know, if you don't.
The governing statute, these people don't have an ownership interest in the pads or anything like that. They own the homes, okay? So pardon me?
They don't own the homes.
Okay. We have a contract on the property, so it's not our obligation to do that. Plus, they don't meet the statutory requirement because of the lack of the ownership issue. However, we've reached out to some of them, and also we're coordinating with Metropolitan Ministries to displace them and give them slowly and give them the ability to transition out of there. No one's going to get kicked out or anything like that. So our clients are very sensitive to that. They intend to work with these people. So.
Okay. Just curiosity. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just for the record, it has happened before in council in the past. One across from Lowe's Lumber.
Sunnydale Mobile Home Park.
It's funny. Good for you.
Yeah, I sued the city
Where's
about
the
it.
Red Sea?
Any other questions from council? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm sorry, was that?
No, just to elaborate on that question,
Sure.
Councilman Goods. Your code says all you need is 30-gallon trees. We've agreed to these cedar trees in the buffer area, in certain areas where maybe a house right now could see the project, to strategically plant those, and this is a zoning condition. They'll be 18 to 20 feet at time of planting, okay, and 65 gallon. So between what's on these properties and what Adam showed you is not a novelty, Most of those properties, that's their perspective. They have substantial trees on their property that aren't going to be touched by us, certainly. Then we're saving the trees in the alley and on Zion Street. So it'd be extremely difficult, plus with what we're doing here, to actually almost see the project, to be honest with you.
Anything else from council? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Okay, next we move onward to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Citro had told me before. Councilman Citro had a question to staff before we move to public comment.
Councilman, please indulge me in this. Mr. Knox, Mrs. Shonda, if you could, I don't know who is actually going to be able to answer this question. In RS 60s, if there was a building, there were trees on that lot, according to the new tree policy, there is a 45% area for building. I don't want to get Ms. Kurt up, that's why I'm asking either one of you to answer that question. In our new tree ordinance.
In the new tree ordinance?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if it's, it would need to be 6,500 square feet or less for that to even take effect. And so given that size of this lot.
And here comes my hypothetical. The site plan that you have here, if you bear with me, there is approximately 8 RS-60 lots above it. If this was on those 8 RS-60 lots and they were all individual, and we go back to the new tree ordinance where 45% of the buildable lot, follow me on this, how many of those trees would be able to be removed for this construction?
That would be hard to say.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, next we move to public comment. If anyone is here for item number 10, please come forward at this time. And do me a favor, just so we got a sense about how many folks we got here tonight are planning on speaking. If you're planning on speaking, can you please raise your hand? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Please state your name. Has everyone been sworn in who's planning on speaking?
That's a good question.
No, okay, let's swear. Another round.
May I ask if this can be sworn through?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Mandel has 2 names on a speaker waiver form. Could you please acknowledge your presence? Larry Kem, thank you, and Mary Kay?
Mary Key.
Mary Key, I'm sorry, thank you. And again, you will not be speaking tonight?
We're wavering, so she may.
Thank you so much.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
2 additional minutes,
And if I may, before our esteemed former city attorney speaks, may I please have everyone who is able to stand and planning on speaking, if you are physically able to do, please line up against the wall to my left, to your right, if you would, please. Just so we have a good idea. I appreciate it. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Julia Mandel, and I'm with the law firm of Gray Robinson, 401 East Jackson Street. And I did submit a memorandum to all of you, and I've also been...
Sorry.
I'm sorry?
I was asking Dwayne to put the time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry about that. I jumped the gun. I did submit a memorandum to you. I have given that to Mr. Bentley, so he had the benefit of what I had submitted to council. And a lot of that does contain a lot of my legal argument, and since I'm short on time, I don't want to take all of that time. However, I do want to point out a few things to you, and as I've said in my memorandum, I do represent many of the property owners that live on the 300 block and the 2900, the 3000 block and the 2900 block of Hawthorne Avenue, and they are deeply concerned about this particular zoning application. And I think it's important to look at the context of it, and that's why I put onto the LMO, if we still call it that, the comprehensive plan provision as it relates to plan developments. And in essence, what it says is, it's hard to see with all of that, plan development rezoning process is not to be used for the sole purpose of waiving established land development regulations. And that's in essence what this plan development is doing. It has 10, now 9 waivers. It is asking to remove a tremendous number of trees. It is seeking to develop as much of this particular lot as possible, going end to end. And in fact, it's also asking for an increase in density by having a mixed-use project, which is balancing a very large apartment complex with 700 square feet of office. And with that, they're asking for additional density. I was fascinated by the testimony of Mr. Samick, who I know is very good at what he does. That being said, if he's in fact accurate, this property is zoned CG right now. You can use this for property under its current zoning classification for multifamily. If they are right and they could have removed all these trees, then I'm not really 100% sure why they're here, because in essence all this plan is doing is asking for waivers and asking for an increase in density. I also had some issues and concerns with some of the testimony I was hearing, because I did reach out to Mr. Bentley. We did have a meeting with the homeowners. It ended up not coming to a conclusion, but we did at least try and have a dialogue. And I know Mr. Bentley, who's been doing this a long time, appreciated that we tried to have a dialogue. Doesn't mean it was successful, but we at least made the effort. And what I'm hearing today is about a lot of conditions and notes and things that they want to add to the site plan that I've never heard before, I've never seen before. And in fact, Mr. Bentley knows how to get in touch with me and has never given me some of these new requirements. One of the things I do want to point out is there was a lot of conversation as it related to a tree within the alley. And I want to put on the Elmo a copy of what is actually in the site plan revision sheet. The only thing that relates on this site plan to those two trees in the alley is the following statement. The portion of the alley that goes around the 27-inch and the 29-inch tree can be 9 feet, and a transportation easement will be needed for the portion that goes on private property. I see two issues with that. One, nothing that requires those trees to be saved, and two, in reality, and Mr. Bentley rightfully could make this comment, all of these issues are right-of-way issues. They are not issues that we can have any compliance on this site plan. And as I know you know, and I know many other people know, if it's not on the site plan as an obligation, you can get out into the field in your right-of-way use permit process, which is an administrative process, and it doesn't mean anything, and there is nothing for it to go against in terms of obligation. The other concern that I have is these are notes that are being suggested to be added between first and second reading. I'm not really sure how we can be talking about a private easement that isn't somehow acknowledged where it would go on this site plan. So part of my concern is shouldn't this be going back to first reading or continued for the purposes of having a greater analysis of these issues? Shouldn't we be going back to first reading for some of these notes that just are apparently coming up today? We spent a lot of time many years ago rewriting the PD process, so we weren't doing negotiations in the middle of a hearing. That was the point, that was the premise. It used to happen all the time. That way everybody knows who's on first, and we know what's going to happen at the end of the day. That doesn't mean we all get what we like, but we at least know. And with that, I will end my presentation. There are many other folks that want to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Richard Coley. I'm a resident at 2925 West Gandy, which is the Hawthorne Pond Townhomes, which is immediately adjacent to the subject property. And I've been a resident since 1982, south of Gandy, so I'm very familiar with land development and what's occurred down there. In short, I'm also the president of the Homeowners Association. I have a letter here, which is signed by the majority of our owners in support of this project. We've had Blue Line Development has met with our association owners, I'm just reading from it, on 2 separate occasions. Present their original plans and now revised plans after many meetings with development services and related departments for approval of the overall site plan and setbacks. They've come to us, they've listened to us, they spent a couple hours each time, and they fully satisfied the majority of us. Now, we have 2 owners, one who's absentee and one who's basically absentee because she's in Washington most of the time, so they didn't get to sign this thing. And we have 2 on the closest end to the park that were concerned about whether the building was going to block the sun. Well, I went ahead on May 25th and took pictures from 3:30 in the afternoon, 5, 6, and 7 o'clock, which I'd be happy to present to you. But you can see the sun is way, way over even the existing 30 or 40 foot high trees, which are going to be preserved along the Zion easement. So we're very comfortable with that. In the old expression of you can't see the forest through the trees type of thing, here's the real issue. We've got an ungodly eyesore that's been there for as long as I've been around, and it has only gotten worse. You know, if you want to talk about unregulated zoning, traffic, multiple cars, and feral cats and rats, then come on over. If you want to talk about extra trips by the Tampa Police Department, come on over. You know, it's embarrassing to have to say, oh, just turn after the trailer park. It's not a mobile home park, it's a trailer park. And, you know, as much as we all have concerns, what we see is a real viable development. And we know there are alternatives. I understand all the legalese and what can be built in the current zoning. But if you put an office building or medical office there with how many trips per hour turnover versus what's already been done and discussed on the transportation for the existing project, we absolutely believe this is the highest and best use. We feel the developers have been completely responsive to us. Last comment is, Tuesdays and Friday mornings, we have the garbage trucks come in. They hit us at about 7 a.m. They hit Hawthorne. We all hear them. So as far as any additional noise stopping at this particular project, I don't see it as an issue. It's a life in the city. And I'll finish with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Russell Matthews, 2930 West Hawthorne Road, and I live northeast of the proposed project. I also have access onto Zion Road. And I wasn't going to mention this, but given the number of professionals here, I've developed projects. I'm a real estate professional. I have a degree in real estate and urban analysis and economics, and I've spent 10 years working out of a land use office, and I'm a former mobile home park owner. And I'm appreciative of some of the comments from Councilman Miranda and Dingfelder. I agree with those. But when I initially found out that the project was going to be developed, I was pretty excited. But once I started looking at the details, I can't say that I like it at all. I mean, the project is being developed effectively as if there were no trees and it was completely clear. And I mean, the proposal to me looks like just a massive red herring. And like, let's propose the most extreme thing possible, and then come back with something that's over and above what would otherwise be approved. And one of the interesting things I picked up was this discussion of intensity. And I think that the reason why they're going to intensity is because they have this very small commercial use in there. And they're staying away from density, which typically has to do with residential projects, because they are proposing a very significant increase in density over and above what would be allowed under the zoning, under Euclidean zoning of CD, or yeah, you got it. And having one office really does not make a mixed use. I wish you could see an aerial of the site, a good one that showed that this project, or this property, is completely wooded. And it's not just wooded with ordinary trees. These are grand oaks that are all throughout, as you've heard. And they're also a special kind of oak. It's a native oak that grows in sort of a sideways direction, and they're frankly irreplaceable. These are the type of oaks that were native to this particular part of South Bay Shore and probably in other places, and there are not many left, and this is going to be a very significant reduction. And I, as a professional, and since all the other parties were granted extra time, I would like to be able to
Sure,
get about
I'll
an
give you
extra
another
5
minute.
minutes.
Go for it.
Thanks. So the height of the proposed PD, that's been mentioned several times. We are talking about a PD, so we're talking about something different than what they could put on the site if they left it CG. And it's highly inconsistent with every other project in that area of Gandy and South. It's much higher. The balcony issue is a problem. It's 4 stories plus a rooftop feature with young professionals. To me, that equals a bar up on the roof. That, and on the balconies, that to me is unacceptable. As to the traffic issue, I can attest there's stacking on McDill and Bayshore every day, multiple times a day. And we are talking about an increase in density over what would be allowed. I do agree that this would be the highest and best use, but it's, this is going to be a problem. I mean, I have 4 small children, ages 6 to 16. I've almost been run over myself. I've almost seen my children get run over a couple times. I don't want to see any more traffic. I've been assaulted. Guys gotten out of the car when I tried to tell them to slow down. We've already got a big enough problem, and we also have some unabsorbed intensity and density that's going to be coming online as a result of some projects that have come up. And, it was stated that The other thing on Hawthorne, we have trees that line the street, and we have no sidewalks, so we really have nowhere to go other than on the street, so we'll get run right over. And it was stated that they can't build anything with the way the trees are configured. Well, you know, I'm a developer, and I've laid out plenty of site plans, and, you know, they can't do it with the density and intensity that they're talking about, but they could put something in there. And, you know, the whole idea of having a McDonald's or, you know, some high, you know, intensity use on the end of Gandy, I think is a little bit, you know, ridiculous.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Question? Yes, sir. Councilman Dingfelder.
Sir? You finished with talking about something that does concern me. I mean, doesn't concern me personally because I live 4 miles north, but
Sure.
But if I lived on Hawthorne, I think I might be concerned that the current zoning is CG, which, as a matter of right, could be a McDonald's or some other type of fast food use
Sure.
with drive-through, and that sort of thing. And number one, so I would like your response as a building professional why you're not concerned about that. And number one, and number two is they provided, you know, sort of this big box scenario, which to a certain extent is a reality in terms of a CG use. Unfortunately we've seen them built possibly even like a storage building, you know, which unfortunately they built very close, one very close to my house,
Right.
not very aesthetically pleasing.
Sure.
And probably 45 feet tall, right up to, you know, it's the property, not the property line, but the building line, or buildable line. So anyway, why don't those two potential scenarios concern you more?
Well, from an urban analysis standpoint, we are talking about the very eastern part of Gandy, which is predominantly townhomes. And, you know, there are some other commercial uses that are scattered in. And as you get further west, yes, you do get in to areas that make more sense for, you know, a highly intense use like that. But, you know, realistically, I mean,
You're a stone's throw from a 7-Eleven.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. And I, you know, we are talking about a property that's very close to Bay Shore. It's very desirable. It's going to be very expensive. And you're going to need a fair amount of traffic to support that type of use, and you really just don't, I mean, you just don't have that much through traffic going through there with people that are going to stop. We do have a lot of traffic that comes through, but it's all transient. It's mostly people that are trying to avoid the tolls on the Leroy Solomon Expressway. And they, you know, they blast through, you know, in and out, and when those streets stack on both sides, we can neither get out of our street, you know, nor can we get in. And then when we're on it, we get run over. And I have literally almost been run over on one occasion to the point where I hit the car because of the, you know, the attitudes of the people coming through that neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you.
Did that answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, please.
Good evening, Tampa City Council. Thank you for the privilege and honor of staying late tonight and doing your public service. We all appreciate it. My name is Lauren Humphreys. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Lauren Humphreys, and I'm a local attorney here in Tampa, but more importantly to tonight, I'm a Hawthorne resident. This project is something that came to us when actually one of the neighbors brought it to my attention when the developer was walking our street and asking us what we thought about this project. And at first glance, it seemed like something that would benefit the community. Now, I'm not a lawyer that does land use. I'm not someone that studies development. I've never been involved in real estate law. That's not my area of expertise. But I've looked at what Julia Mindell has done with this project as far as analyzing the evidence that we have, and I see some problems. The two problems that I see that I am most concerned with is one, the amount of waivers, and two, the density of this project is just completely overscaled. Now, as you've heard today, they have requested 10 waivers. That was stated in the staff report to be an enormous amount for a project of this size. And as I look at the waivers and look at how they're described in the report, almost every single one is related to scale. They want a waiver to take off 94% of the trees because they need room to fit this huge box building on this 1.6 acres. They need a waiver to minimize the landscaping so that it meets the requirements of the city in a way that is still making the property look like it has some greenery, but truly not meet the code requirements as they are today. The waivers are deviating too far, in my mind. It's an overscaled project on undersized land. And I think that the staff report, in the way that the waivers are laid out, shows that. And I think that the arborists here today that have said that they are inconsistent with the removal of these 4 grand trees are also giving that opinion, that this just is taking it too far. But I'd like to talk about the second issue, and that is the zoning. And that's important to you all because from my understanding of the law, and that this is a quasi-judicial hearing, you all get to determine whether this will be zoned as a mixed-use property. And that's very important in this case because if this is changed to be mixed use and commercial and residential, they're allowed to build 80 residential units on 1.6 acres. That's exponentially more than if this was zoned as residential. I know that it was brought to light today that they have 600, I think it's 700 square footage of office space, and that makes this residential and commercial at the same time. This is a 96,000 square foot property. That's less than 1% of the property that is being used for office space. And that's what's making this be an 80-unit residential and commercial complex.
And if I may, do you want another minute or two?
I think a minute would do it. I have a couple statements written down that were said today, and I need to look at them to make sure they're clear for the record. One of the statements that was used today was that this is a boutique apartment building. That's far from the truth. And I think that the evidence is in the staff report as to how the change in the designation of this property makes it so that this is overscaled. But I would rely to the staff report and encourage you all to look at the analysis in it to see how this is oversized. This is a careful intensification. I think Mr. Dingfelder, I apologize.
They've been doing it all day, so go ahead.
I used at least 20 seconds for the apology, so I hope that I defer to you. The careful intensification of this project is not indicative of the lack of due diligence given to the privacy of the residents that are backed up to this property. I mean, we saw these fancy charts that show the line, and if it was commercial, it would be higher. There's balconies on the back of this property. These are backyards where there's barbecues, pool parties, people that just want to have their reasonable expectation of privacy under the law. And if that was some sort of commercial space, you wouldn't have people on the outside of their balcony looking out onto this residential area. And I understand that they're trying to buffer that with the trees, but honestly, I've heard deviations today that go against what the evidence has been that I have seen. And I don't know what the judicial proceedings provide for, but I don't know if I would rely on just the statements today that things would change when we already have plans that are drawn a certain way. There is a legitimate use for our office. The fact that this has been brought up shows that this is an issue. If this is going to be a mixed-use office and residential property, 1% is not enough. The city asked us to move the loading area. The parking spaces can be used for loading. This goes completely to the waiver issue with the parking. And I know I'm running out of time, so it's going to ding in just a second, but they've asked for a waiver of parking at this, thank you. They asked for a waiver of parking for this complex. Where are all the residents going to park? They're going to park on Hawthorne. They're not going to park at the 7-Eleven. They're going to park at the residential units that are on the side of the street. And by providing this waiver and allowing them to have less parking spots, and then giving them the waiver that they don't have a loading area, and now they're using the limited amount of parking spaces to load the 80 multifamily residential units, there's going to be issues. I mean, I can see it without...
And if I may, thank you very much. If you need 5 seconds to finish up, go for it.
Yes, I will finish up. As a Tampa native and someone that's going to begin an ender career here, I appreciate all you do, and I think that our city has a great potential for growth. but I think that with growth comes responsibility. So I just asked that the evidence be looked at and considered.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
If anyone has a question, I'm happy to answer a question.
Any questions?
This is John.
That's a lawyer for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Next, please. And after this next comment, we're going to have to take a 5-minute recess because the good folks at CCTV need about 5 minutes to get it together. So go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name is Louis Key. I live at 3010 West Hawthorne Road. It's right next door to the picture they showed with the man's swimming pool in the backyard. I've lived there 4 years. My wife and I moved south from Line Avenue, which is 4 blocks north, because we wanted a nicer house. And one of my main priorities was privacy. So when I looked at that house and I went in the backyard and I looked at my backyard, my wall, I've got an 8-foot wall back there. And when I look back up, all I see is oak trees everywhere. It's like a forest that I look into. And I thought, that's great. So we agreed to buy the house. And if this project goes through, when I walk into the backyard and I look, I'm going to see no trees at all. That the huge oak tree that was one of the good oak trees that was in the middle of the project is right behind me. I look right at that. So all I'm going to see is a 4-story building sitting there looking over into my backyard. And it won't just be looking into my backyard. In my case, unfortunately, it'll be looking right into my house because we have French doors in the backyard. That's where our TV is. That's where we spend all our time every night. When we have our lights on, I'm going to be in there. And anybody in those apartments, and yes, they do have back cap balconies because I've already interrogated them about that quite a bit, that people will be able to just look right into our house and see what we're doing. So I don't know how you all would feel about being in your house and being wonder about who's watching you or looking at you at any given time when you're doing something, but that's the feeling that I'll have. In relation to the next door neighbor, the gentleman mentioned, and they showed pictures of that because they thought that canopy looked well. His statement is totally incorrect. That canopy does not block your view looking over at all. I've been in their backyard, I've been in my backyard. You can see right through those trees. You'll be able to see that building very easily. And unless they put more trees there or unless they put a lot of trees on the other side to block the view, we're going to see that building. It's going to be hanging right over us, and we're going to have view of the people, and they're going to have view of us. I have a big problem with that. All the other issues I have a problem with also. I'm not going to waste your time on those because you already know them. We've sent you tons of letters on this stuff. I presume you've read all of it, so you know the traffic issues and the concerns there. I just feel like this property, they're trying to put too big of a property on too small of a piece of land, and they need to go find a bigger piece of land to put that property on. And in relation to comparing us with the general commercial issue where he may, well, it's this or it's that, you're going to look at 30 or 40 feet buildings, or you might be looking at a 60 or 70 foot commercial general building. You know, I don't care. Right now we're dealing with this, and I'm not going to worry about that until that situation comes up, if it does, and it may come up better. I mean, I'd rather have a building with no windows in the back there than I would have an apartment complex where they're looking in. So thank you for your time, and that's all I got.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, City Council will stand in recess for another 5 minutes while CCTV, I think, needs to make some changes. So thank you. We'll be back.